was reversing, like the airlines giving you a reimbursement after they have you sitting in the damn airport for 24 hours. The medical debt. Yes, that is like, and people are like, oh, that was a thing. I'm like, no, but y'all didn't like Kamala when she said she wouldn't change anything. He saved the fucking economy. So I'm just pissed.
I got friends, Kiki, that are like, well, why is my credit report showing this medical bill that I had from 2015? Well, you dumb hoe. You decided, I told this girl, I said, you decided to say that Kamala's not black and you didn't want to go vote for her, and your dumb ass lives in fucking Georgia. So I guess that's what happened. Sorry, babe.
Yeah.
Go get another job.
And now y'all get a 50-year fucking mortgage instead of a $25,000 tax credit. That's what y'all ass get.
So slow. They're just dumb. Like, oh.
And put a little bit on the electorate, man. I think you guys make a point that the real issue is how dumb the electorate is. Nobody's talking about that. These people are really fucking confused. It's not.
There was a.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Oh.
No, you go ahead. I gotta pull it up. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, people, like, I used to look at the TV and I was like, okay, these people can't believe this. But then you really look back and you realize that, like, all of these people that are, like you said, the FAFO, farmers or whatever, these people, they literally are watching BS all day, every day. And we're not talking about the impact of the media. And now this is the common buzzword now with propaganda, but they've been fooling the hell out of these people. I just don't see how you fool them in the future. So where our political calculations are kind of, looking at what happened here, who won there, and what the numbers are for old and young. But the thing that we're not accounting for is what is the difference in the electorate in terms of their collective ignorance in this next election compared to the last election, because I just think that people aren't going to be open to the same type of bullshit where we're voting for a style and cult of person yes in this next two elections. I think that's part of what happened in what saw in this previous Democratic sweep. I think it's the people, no pun intended, waking up.
Okay. Couple things. I don't know if people keep up with polls, but one of my favorite polls to keep up with is Rasmussen, which is obviously right-leaning and avowedly so. Did you see it, Matt? The Trump approval poll on Rasmussen?
Yeah, and I was like, that's lower than the other one, but it's fine.
So, according to Rasmussen, his disapproval is 9 points higher than his approval. Mm-hmm. They oversample Republican MAGA voters. If you also look at all the two separate polls, well, it's the same poll, just with different ones likely with it. The North Carolina poll has Cooper 10 points above. This came out this morning. Watley. I'm sorry, 8 points above Watley, 10 points above Brown. Mm-hmm.
So, did you see Brown's 3 points ahead of Husted? And who else did I see that was up? And I was like, gagging. Well, I can't believe any of the stuff I've seen out of Maine because they're both push poll. The Emily List poll was a push poll from Mills. And then the Maine, whatever it is, political center, whatever it is, the guy who is his new campaign manager works on the board of that fucking organization. So both of those are push polls. I need a YouGov. YouGov was quite accurate this last election, right? 2 weeks ago. So, I trust YouGov a little bit more than a lot of these others now. I need a YouGov poll out of Maine. Now that Jordan Woods is going to go fail and running in ME2 because he's stupid when we clearly need Troy Jackson to bow out of the governor's race and run there. Hannah Pingree got it, bro. We don't need you to run for governor, you and your Bernie bro bullshit. But anyway, yeah, so that would be more accurate, a YouGov poll. But yeah, if Cooper's on a Republican poll beating Watley by like 10 points, I think that Watley either should bow out or no. I'm saying that if I was like working for his campaign, I'd say you probably should bow out. But there's no way you're making that up. I'm sorry. You are a loser. Like, who are you? You're a fucking RNC state chair that raises money. That's all you do. Why would you have any notoriety?
They don't really have anybody statewide. I mean, the last couple of, Ted Budd. You talking about North Carolina? What are you talking about, North Carolina?
Yeah, because I'm like, who? I mean, do they throw in one of their congressmen? Like who? I mean,
Yeah, Ted Budd was not a good candidate, but he ran against an even worse candidate in Sherry Beasley. And then I think North Carolina Republicans are still recovering from the Mark Robinson disaster. That takes a lot. That takes a lot to come back.
oh, that's true. I forgot about that.
That was rough. That was last year. I don't know if you remember.
The Black Nazi.
African soldier, the Black Nazi guy who was into the trans porn, but he was like pro-family. But he also had a bunch of financial scandals. His wife allegedly ran some sort of fake daycare or something. That takes a lot for a party. And he was the lieutenant governor. So he was the highest ranking statewide official of a state office in North Carolina. It's going to take time to come back.
But Mac, why do you, with that particular issue, with him being who he was, I forgot about him, right? With all the shit that Mac has gone through, and people are still, riding the coattails, even though the disapproval rates are, going crazy. Why do you think that's worse than the national scene for MAGA in terms of what party is?
What? Mudd said, wait, Bullet Scotty was lieutenant governor. Yeah.
So their whole parties are BS. So I'm just saying, why do you look at that one as being worse than everything else?
No, because he had the scandals with the trans porn and the
This is nasty work, sir. This is
I
nasty.
can't. He threw me off when he said Bullet
Stay
Scotty.
focused. Don't.
First thing,
But cut it out.
Did you hear
No, I didn't hear the audio, but I heard leading up to the audio.
Oh God.
I just missed myself.
God.
Hey,
It was
lady, it was so wild. I'm gonna go on mute. It was wild.
I believe
There are
it.
no
That's
words.
why.
There are no
That's why
words. What'd you say?
No, I said that's the reason why I wasn't a part of it. I didn't. My ears don't need to hear that kind of stuff. Thank you.
The whole thing was ineffable.
Okay,
It was an ineffable. It was an ineffable.
Look at Empress. It was good to me.
Can't believe
she
I
nasty.
sat in there for an hour. But
Nasty.
it was like,
I'm surprised this the first time this thing came up today. Good job.
yeah, First Lady, it was just 2 nights in a row in that man room, because the night before they went in on Mamiya. So.
Child.
Well, I believe.
So Rogue Area Guy said there's a video. So the video is old. But there's something about audio that I think can hit us even more than having a video. That audio, and then in that deep New York accent, and it's like borderline emphysema, the whole kind of audio atmospherics. I think they should open the government up and to ban that audio. Anybody that pulls that audio, that's exactly what Mail says is correct. Like with the video, what happens with a video, when you get audio and video, what you see is sort of, it constrains one's imagination. When you get just audio, it forces you to go through a set of imaginative maneuvers that take you into places that you don't want to be. You don't want to be there at all, but if someone else takes you there, like the Staple Singers, they took you there and they see it. But when it's just audio, it works on you in a way that is deeper, pause, because you have to provide the images for yourself. And that's why just audio, I would argue, is worse, because it activates one's imagination in a way the video might turn off parts of your imagination. And I don't know who the interlocutor was, but that person needs to get offline, needs to find an agent, and needs to make money. because that person was able to compel a set of answers, a set of questions. And what was crazy about the audio from what I heard, I couldn't listen to the whole thing. The person transformed Bullet's Gotti into Bottom Gotti. Because after about 10 minutes, Bullets turned into a bottom.
All I heard was the end of the two of them going back and forth. And it was him denying it. And every time, the person kept saying, that was you. And he's like, no, that is not me. He was just in complete denial. So I feel bad for the brother.
Hey, what do you feel bad about?
Because he's saying it's not him.
What?
Like, look,
There's a video of the boy. What do you mean it wasn't him?
they put this information out sometime, I think last year, the first time I heard about it. Now, I don't have no interaction with this dude, and then shortly after that, we got into it over some rap shit. Just talking about rap music. Somebody came in talking about, oh, Ross, stop arguing with that bottom boy. And they called him that like a year or so ago. So, he, I don't know, like, if he had comments about them, maybe it's a different situation, you feel me? But you didn't put yourself out there as one of them type dudes that's disrespecting them and saying all of this shit about them only for you to be going back into their inboxes and going even further with the audio and shit. Yeah, so it's like, on that end, no, I don't feel sorry for him. I don't necessarily like the drag culture on Clubhouse. Now I'm a nigga, man, so I'm up here laughing at some shit that whatever might not be politically correct. So I don't want to make it seem like I don't be listening to some of this shit. But that's the only thing that I was like, man, I think it was kind of, when I got off work this morning, they were still on this shit. And this shit started at like 7 o'clock, and then you see what Ari's saying in the chats. That's the other flip side of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, is he one of them niggas that's gonna get out here? But for what it's worth, I think that nigga like this attention. I'm gonna keep it a beam with you. You sit up in a room like that, if you really wasn't that nigga on that audio, you either gonna provide proof, or you just gonna say, hey man, y'all can think whatever the fuck y'all want to think. Nigga, this is my truth. I know I wasn't that nigga in that audio. Man, that was that nigga in that audio. Everybody know. You feel me? It is what it is. He one of them content chasing niggas. Like, he liked that shit. So, no pun intended. But, yeah, nah. I don't feel sorry for him, First Lady. Straight up and down. Like, live your truth, my nigga. You'll be all right. Yeah, Brooklyn,
I
like I
just want to
said,
know
I heard
why
this shit
he
last year.
thinks, why he thought that he could trust on this app is crazy to me. Hey, Russell. Good to see you, Russell. Go ahead. What you say?
These people on this app, and from my observation, man, it's like, I think it's a dopamine rush. Straight up and down, I really believe that. The idea, like, this 2 days in a row, they set up hours, and they are literally dragging 2 grown black men. Like, and rightfully so, they both on some real weirdo and janky ass shit. So it's like, that's what happens when you live like that. But it's like, I don't know if I could sit up, if I got exposed for doing anything wrong, I don't think I could just sit up in a room full of strangers for hours, just letting them motherfucking bombard on me. Like, just keep it a beam, though. Y'all can talk about me all y'all want, but I ain't gonna be on this app. Fuck that, man. Like, I ain't that type of nigga, man, like, to just be sitting there getting bombarded. So the fact that they sitting in that, people looking at that like, oh, it's admirable. Nah, that's kind of sickening to me. like y'all like that shit.
Yeah.
So it's like that's another reason why I can't feel sorry for him. If the nigga came in there, defended himself 10 minutes, boom, he gone. Alright, that nigga a clown. He was on here defending Diddy and shit.
Male ethical to record sex talk.
Read the next thing he wrote though.
Let me see what he
Then
said.
they had sex tape on
I'm
too.
wondering if it would be illegal under revenge laws.
It feels illegal, but that actually felt like that was somebody was breaking the law.
He crossed. I think it, man. Y'all smarter than me, man. Like especially like knowing the law like that. So I'm gonna assume that, like, if that had been a man doing that to a woman on this app, I don't think we would have the same conversation. No matter what kind of grimy ass shit that woman did. But
All right,
double
well, thank you.
standards.
Wait a minute, hold
Go ahead.
excuse me, sir. You got us into this conversation. Rewind, back us out, something.
Who, me?
Yes, it was you that brought us into
I
this.
did.
But you read it out loud.
Well, because he threw me off because it was funny. I don't have anything. No, I'm in the chat. That's great. I was in the chat. That's why I saw it. That was really funny, though. I didn't know what was kind of go. Oh yeah, somebody put in the chat. John Fetterman is in the hospital. Apparently, he suffered injuries from a fall in his house. Said he's okay, but he was transported out of abundance of caution during an early morning walk. That's all I got.
All right, y'all. I'm sorry. I know First Lady tried to change the subject. Y'all see what this nigga Damon said in the chat.
That's insane. Not the AI refused to say the thing. Oh, shit.
Oh, man, I know I wasn't tripping, man.
Oh, my God. So this shutdown bill was going to really kill a lot of the THC stuff. Did y'all see that?
We still gonna get
I was still trying to figure that out. I didn't understand. They was talking about hemp or something, and
Yeah, hemp-derived THC. So you get THC, but hemp-derived THC, what does THC stand for? Tetrahydrocannabinol. Oh, wow. I hadn't heard Dr. AG in 4 days. Since I mentioned DSC, she popped right off with a multisyllabic word. Like she say that shit every day. What's up, Dr. AG? That was happening. You got the same thing all day. The first thing you come off me to do is talk about some weed. What is happening? Lord. There's a lot of products, y'all. I'm looking at some of these products. If passes coming executive industry trade group said the legal hemp market, which is estimated worth nearly $30 billion by 2030, could disappear. Wow, what are they doing?
nothing to come back to the legal system, man. They want to continue.
No, this is the legal THC.
No, that's what I'm saying. By criminalizing it on any level, people are gonna. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, it's gonna bring money back to the prosecutors and the district. You know that.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Gemini explained something yesterday. I wish he was in here. How it actually affects his business, which has no effect, he said.
But maybe he doesn't do hemp derived.
Maybe. He said something about seeds. I don't know.
Yeah, he said he doesn't do the hemp stuff.
That's why Rand Paul was voting against it. He was like, take that out of there.
Mm-hmm. But the thing is, so the agriculture is going to take it over? Like, what's going to happen?
No, it's
How
illegal.
did it become? So they just made it illegal.
Yeah, totally illegal. That was
Basically, all of these weed stores that like popped up in like a state like mine that don't even have a recreational marijuana law, like they've gotten around it because of like that hemp farming bill, whatever happened a couple years ago. Like I ain't never seen this shit in my life, y'all. It's 100 dispensaries up and down every block in this hoe. Like this has never happened. And but it ain't. It's weed. Don't get it twisted. Like some of it smoke good. You feel me? Like whatever. But it's not what we getting in the streets. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. So it's a difference. But a lot of people been getting money, man. Like I'm seeing like some white on shit, like some really elegant weed shops. Then there's some other spots that look like it's a trap spot we've been trapping out of the last 20 years, you know. So, but they all doing it. Main storefronts, all that. So I know that like the Republicans in my state have been really pushing against that, but Hot Wheels actually has sided with us on this. So it's interesting to see how this gonna go. Cause it say when I just read, looked like it said it's gonna ban it in like next year. This shit gonna take like 364 days to implement.
Yeah.
But we're gonna see how it go, man. I can imagine that this is another way that they gonna be able to militarize and like add like a low-key police state to the situation, because they gonna be running up in these spots. Like I done already seen a couple spots get ran up in last year. Approve of that shit, so they started running up in people little weed spots. So that's just my theory. It'll be something like that, and they don't want to. It's not about the money, because if it was truly about the money, the tax benefits that this brings, man, like it don't even make sense for us to be having a question as to whether some goddamn weed should be legal. Like whether you want to smell it or not, I feel you. But whether it should be legal or not, like come on, like we gotta stop playing with ourselves. This could bring revenue. People talking about they want to
Playing with yourself.
cut property taxes.
Boy.
Think about what you said.
Yeah, we can't be transitioning after the transition from the Bullis Gotti conversation. We can't be talking about playing with ourselves.
Oh no.
Hey man.
My.
That ain't nothing too major, First Lady. We, one way or another, the weed gonna get smoked in America, and y'all know that. So, we ain't tripping. Hey, I'm gonna ask y'all one question before it seems like y'all gonna go to sleep and boom the room. If y'all got any update on the voters' voters act case, Calais versus Louisiana.
No, we won't get it till June probably.
Damn, it's gonna be that long?
Yeah, I think they've released their opinions on. On this one, they did ask them to do a quicker one, but so yeah, I know what you're saying. No, they didn't release anything yet. But they normally don't do it till June, so they probably won't do it till June.
They might see it like maybe 90 days. But maybe
That's what Louisiana wanted, so they can redo the maps to favor Republicans. But
yeah, I kind of feel like that's damn near the most important thing going on outside of the whole shutdown thing. Grammy nominations, y'all still there? Anything?
I don't know. I just got back. What happened? What you talking about? The Grammys.
You know they brought out the Grammy nominations.
I know Bad Bunny women Grammys. I don't.
Prince album of the year cycle.
If you learn something, there's a learning process, and maybe we get confused when it feels more automatic and our motor neurons take over. But I think the the way that we process it's all together, but it's purposeful. Like some models of the universe or the world that we live in require certain brain regions and some require other ones, but they fire as needed.
Yeah, we need to sleep, right? And we have like good dream experiences and that shapes us.
Yeah, and well, dreams is digesting too and washing your brain with cool stuff.
What time is that in our brains in dreams? Is that past, future, present?
We don't know yet. I mean, I'm starting to look into that. I don't know. Well, maybe somebody does, but I'm not familiar with that. But we think dreams are helpful in some way for learning. Like there's evidence of that. So if you needed to put something into like long-term memory, dreaming can be helpful. There's some reason that people dream more when they're depressed. But that's yeah. I'm not really versed in that. I would like to be more versed in it, but I don't know.
I like to think of it as like, Marie Kondoing, like all of the information you've taken in in between the last dream and the one you're having. Like, does it spark joy? Yes, retain that. Otherwise, get rid of it. Like,
I'm definitely gonna look into that because I that's something where I started getting closer to that. But yeah, I'm not sure what the default mode network does during REM. I'm curious about that now. I'll look into it.
I've been doing EMDR, and that always makes me think of REM too. Like, the eye movement. Having a conscious experience of the the bilateral eye movement, to process information. And
Yeah.
like, if you think of that, that's literally what's happening while you're asleep too. So, yeah.
So, I'm just going to recap in my mind. Our sense data is informing both predictions and memories simultaneously, which creates a now illusion.
Or we are in a now, and that's our version of it. Whatever that is. Like we're in a hallucinated now, and we may be in an actual now too, but that's different than our hallucination.
It might just be an actual now.
Your own brain is the architect. You are the demiurge, Kyle. Your ego is the demiurge.
Yeah, I think that's a little risky, like it's a gap. Because I don't make the train stop if it's coming at me. I have to get out of the way. This was I wanted to bring up what a lucid dream might be. Because you can know you're dreaming and be unconscious or subconscious, but still not have the say. And it's really hard to describe what this means, but it would be like I'm sleeping soundly, I'm dreaming about something, I know I'm dreaming. I actually realize this is all just imaginary. But now that I know, can I make changes? Yes and no.
Well, the way I think of it is like we're enmeshed in something, and we are constructing, or I guess reconstructing, because of the memory part of it, what we think the actual moment we're processing is. So even though the experience is constructed, like construction itself occurs in some form of a real now. It's just that like what we do in the now is make this construction happen. And that's the strange part, is that like it's constructed and real, and we're trying to check. This is why I think reality testing is good. We're trying to check with each other if we're agreeing with reality and with our actions, or if we're starting to do stuff that's going to get us injured because reality will say no to us. Like whatever thing we're enmeshed in is going to not be cool with the thing we just did, and then we will die. So we don't want to do that.
I always used to do this thing where if I would take hallucinogens, and I taught my friends to do this too, where if things started getting out of control, and usually we're like at some concert or something, immediately go to the bathroom. Because there's so many predictable things about a bathroom, and it like just reconstitutes reality a little bit.
That explains so much to me. Thank you for sharing that. I guess maybe that's the best way to put it. So like your experience of the present is built from prediction and memory, but the building happens in the actual present.
Yeah, I want to say what a great room this has been. Janie, you are my newest. I don't want other people to feel inferior because I value everybody on stage. But you are my new favorite person that I've met on this platform. So I just wanted to point that out. Yeah, I see that you are fairly new to the platform. Where if you're not new, you haven't been around. I only see 28 friends, so that's fine. I added you. But I'd love to see you more often in some of these rooms because I think that you are a major contributor to these conversations.
Thank you for hosting this space. I love concepts just like this.
Absolutely. And everybody else on stage. I value everybody here. So you guys have all been great. So I just wanted to say that. But continue the conversation. I am working, unfortunately, but I would contribute more. I really don't think I have anything to add because everything you guys have been saying is like, yeah. So keep it going.
I would also say, welcome to the land of disproportionate number of autists.
Yay!
You're going to find a lot, and you're going to be like, what is going on?
Yeah, I was about to say, you're in good company. If you're doing cognitive study about that or self-reflecting. I work in education tech, so I need this information. It's basically free dollars to this for me. So I'm over here writing stuff down like, that was just free. Okay.
Awesome. Yeah, my day job, I'm working as a
What happened now? I had to turn y'all down for a minute. I had to take a break. What happened?
No, CEO was saying, how would I know that I haven't been tested? And I said, you know, CEO, how my normal responses are to stuff. But I said, I know it's working because my normal responses are my normal responses today. And after working my 17 hours, I'm doing actually really good.
She appreciates the first lady, so you could take
Yeah, she appreciates you for showing her that she is growing and evolving because she chose today not to stoop to your level. And I think it's a great thing. So yeah, she appreciates you.
So next week, I am flying to Virginia to do something amazing. I am a guest speaker. I am actually doing
awesome.
I am doing a 22-mile ruck walk in honor of my son.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I lost my son last year, and I'm doing a 22-mile ruck walk for suicide prevention, and I'm doing that in honor of my son next week in Virginia for some veterans, for a veteran organization next week in Virginia. So I am really excited about that the week before Thanksgiving. So really excited that starting to do some positive stuff and getting back in my speaker bag again because I stopped being on the speaker circuit for a while and I'm going back into that again.
What's your signature keynote?
Normally I really talk about resilience. Resilience is my keynote. So I'm a master resilience speaker. So. A lot of things you don't know about me, CEO. Oh.
I see. What's the difference between resilience and master resilience?
Master resilience is knowing how to overcome situations despite very trying odds. Because master resiliency takes there's some very nuanced things to that. Master resilience course when I was in the Army and became a master resilience speaker. So that's how I mean that's what the Army coded it, you know. So that's what I've always gone with is being a master resilience speaker. Rain, go away.
Oh, it's raining where you are?
Oh yeah, you know San Francisco. Gotta love the rain. It's beautiful here, but when it rains, it rains. Ugh.
It never rains in Southern California. And they tell me, hey, Mimi.
Hi, First Lady. Hi, everybody. Hi, Patty.
What it is?
Hi, Mimi.
I'm here folding towels, listening to y'all. Wait, I guess we waiting on the Epstein. You guys think he gonna get in trouble for that?
Hell no.
What's the definition of trouble?
No.
What's the definition of trouble?
Right. Like, I don't think he's gonna get impeached. I think it's just ain't nothing gonna happen.
So, can you can't get impeached for something you did before you were in office, can you?
I mean, I guess if he was a pedophile, right? If he messed with little girls, wouldn't he get impeached?
I thought impeachment was only for things during your term.
Hey, I don't know. You know better than me.
I'm not sure, but I think that's the case.
Because the thing is, all this stuff is so old, so they knew all this stuff before he even ran the first time. So that's where I be feeling like you can't trust the system.
I mean, if he a whole convicted felon and he the president. So yeah, I don't, yeah, that's where I'm at.
You don't think that's an advancement for reentry initiatives? I'm joking.
I'm dead. I'm crying. I'm sorry. That's funny. Because, like, do you really think someone of color could get away with the same thing, to be honest? Let's be clear. You think you're gonna put up a candidate with a conviction and say, hey, Trump did it, so why can't you?
If Tupac was still alive.
I know you lied.
Don't you think Tupac could have been mayor of LA though, at his older age?
In his older age, yes. I do. I 100% agree. That's weird to say it, but it's true. I think he could have been a mayor. Not a governor, but a mayor, definitely. I think he would have been an activist in some way or the other. He was very profound for a young man. He was ahead of his time. I don't think it's, Mimi, I don't think it's about him getting in trouble. I just think it's about it being exposed at this point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think he probably has disgusted Nancy Mace because, she was a victim of that when she was younger. And for him to just be like, reverse yourself and I'll offer you something, that probably has turned her off permanently.
Nancy May's been a victim of every damn thing if you let her tell it. Now you're gonna make me say it. The fuck? P XYZ with Nancy Mace. I'm so over this heifer.
He is losing some support, though. I see.
You know, the Grapers and the MAGA has split completely down the line now. They are not at, they're at odds completely.
This is a thing. This is really like Scandal.
You know what, Mimi? I had a conversation with a friend of mine the other day, and I was looking back at some, because, you know, Scandal was my show, right? You know, I am an Olivia Pope stan. 1,000%. And I thought to myself the other day about the episode when her and her dad were talking. Remember when the whole thing came out? Remember when he did that whole thing where he talked to her about the whole power structure of thing, and it was like, it was a real power performance, right? And he talked to her about who she was and how he made her who she was because of the whole situation with that. And I thought to myself in that moment, we are living in a real life version of Scandal.
That's what I think every day.
You think so? Yeah.
I'm like, this is Scandal. Oh my God. What about, how do you guys feel about that? I don't know how true this is because I'm going to keep it 100. I'll be working, I'll be getting information from my clients and TikTok, stuff like that. But they said that Trump spent the tariff money. You know what they're talking about?
There is no, like, extra tariff money, right? It's like we're in an annual debt, right? Every year we're losing money. So you bring in some revenue. It's not like you just got extra money to spend. You're just still spending out of the amount that you are losing. So it doesn't really work like that. And plus, he's allocated. If it was something you could allocate, he's allocated it 9 ways already. He said the tariff was gonna do like 4 different things, literally already.
Yeah, we some broke. We broke. We like $38 trillion in, what, is it $34 trillion in debt?
38, you're
38.
right.
Okay, so I said it right the first time. Okay, we $38 trillion in debt, Mimi. What are we talking about? We broke.
Right, and people like, Trump supposed to give us $2,000 tariff. I say, you guys, why would they give y'all tariff when us business owners are the ones paying the tariffs? Not, I don't know, but that's like they give you.
It would be a midterm bribe. So if he does it, it's a midterm bribe. But he's only going to do it if he thinks that it's going to matter. It might not.
It ain't gonna matter either.
He would do it because at the end of the day, the Republicans are trying to hold on to power. That's what it's about. And they are trying to hold on to the midterms. But they are sinking like a battleship, literally, at this point. And the country has spoken. When that tsunami happened during this last election cycle, these small elections in the normal situation, they're not doing good. They're not doing good at all. Like, the people have sworn them off. And, you know, the Mondavi, as much as they tried to call this man a jihadist and all kind of stuff, it didn't work. None of it worked. Cuomo, who is a normal name and a national figure, like, it didn't even swarm that off. So I don't know what they're gonna do, but it's not good right now. It's not good. Nancy Mace is not going to win. Byron McDonald definitely ain't gonna win because
he's gonna win it.
Listen,
He's gonna win.
You think so?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. He's not gonna win. How much you want to bet? I will bet you dinner. I will pay for you and your wife's dinner. I don't know if you got it right. I don't know if, okay, well, I'm gonna pay for your dinner. I got, wherever you want dinner, I got you.
Cool.
Bro, I got you for dinner. Cause listen, that's the easiest bet in the world. McDonald will not win. Listen, I know Florida is red, and I get it, right? But let me say this to you: Byron Donald does not have the backing. He's too goofy.
Trump
He's
endorsed
too what you call it? I get it, but he's too goofy.
Elon endorsed him today too.
That's even worse because they don't like Elon. They can't stand Elon.
But it will mean financial resources.
But that doesn't matter to these people. Listen, that Elon backed Trump at a time where Trump needed the resources, and I get it. But if that would matter now, Elon could have backed a lot of people at the time. Elon's money doesn't matter anymore. Nobody gives a shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Elon's money doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, and if you want to remove your bad after this, that's fine. I've spent some time with Donald's, and I've heard like his vision and how he plans to position things. He's really a very smart guy, and he has, based on the terminology in his room, cooned for a purpose. Okay, like he has been very strategic about this, and he has a plan to help Black people in Florida. So I think he will win.
I cannot find my box. Not good. I must have left it at home. Not good. Oh, thank you. I'm going to building 500. Whatever. Thank you. Thank you very much. How are you today?
All right, y'all asleep? Y'all gone? Hey, Kevin. How you doing?
Doing good. Any day above dirt, blessed day. So I'm above dirt.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact for sure. For sure. Mimi, who that's in your picture?
That's all good. Painting of me, like a,
Oh, it's a painting?
I guess, like an AI picture. They took a picture of me and then they turned it into a.
Oh, okay. That's nice. Okay. I like art. Well, let's see. Lawmakers face healthcare deadlines as government reopens. All right. So is the government opening like now, like today, like right this minute? It's when Trump signed it. So what's going on? Any details? No details? Tiffany. Oh, who's that? Come on. Hey, Sandra.
Hey, I read some articles where people were told to report to work today.
Okay.
He just did he just sign it this morning or was that yesterday?
Late last night.
Oh, that was late last night. Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Now, what's late last night? Like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock?
Yeah, about that.
Really? They be doing some crazy hours at the White House.
That was
He
something.
was ranting while he was signing it.
He was ranting.
Yeah, he was like,
Oh yeah, we listened.
he's like sitting here literally saying, he's like, the Democrats should have never shut down the government. They don't know what they're doing, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, he said that they caused billions of dollars to be lost with this hoax.
See, and my brain cells not watching television.
You need to lose your brain cells like we do.
I get all the information I need from you guys, and I can keep the few that I have left. Thank you very much.
That's a fact. We're trying to keep people sane around here. Gotta be the sign. You understand? All right, let's see what else. The U.S. government is back open after President Donald Trump signed the federal funding. Matt Liberty is trying to come up package that passed in the House. The government was shut down for 43 days. Okay. But hundreds of thousands of federal workers are coming back after 43 days to anything but normalcy. Employees from across the country told CNN flights and cancellations will linger as traffic controllers staff up again. Workers who haven't received a paycheck in weeks will still have to wait for back pay. Research grants will be delayed. Economic reports are likely to be scraped. 6 weeks of email and voicemails will have to be waded through. And in 3 months, they may have to contend with turbulence all over again. The agreement President Donald Trump signed into law last night funds most of the government only through January. That's January 30th. So, anybody leaving out for the holidays? I was thinking about catching a flight.
I might go see CEO for Christmas Eve.
You doing what? What are you doing?
Just go to see you for Christmas Eve. You haven't told your family yet?
See,
No, I don't know.
what? Yeah, I'm going to Texas. I always go to Texas for Christmas. Hopefully travel is okay. When you leaving out? Oh, it's 22nd.
She's coming to see me in Houston.
Yeah, Houston on the 22nd. Hey,
You're going
Chris.
to see Matt. Wow. That was cool.
Well, Matt coming to see you, CEO.
So I have to cancel one of those trips. Don't know which one.
Yeah, gonna have to make a choice. Gotta make a change for once in my life. Gonna feel real good. Gonna make a difference.
You should keep moving.
I know you can sing. You know to sing. I'll be hearing you.
She be blowing.
No, thank you, but I don't remember the words. I have short-term memory loss. All right, new 17-year-old girl testified that she had sex with Matt Gaetz. Oh, I can't read this out loud.
You hear that shit? Matt Gaetz.
Matt Gaetz.
They're all a bunch of pervs. They're all.
Wasn't he the one that was in the house? He was, and they let him go.
Yeah, because he was gonna lose his election.
But wait a minute, he was also the one that was trying to get confirmed, right?
Yep.
He was one that was supposed to be Pam Bondi. Is that him?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, that's right.
But
Yeah, he's been pushed aside.
I do think they knew it wasn't gonna fly though, and they basically used that as a way to get him
out of the seat.
Yeah, without it looking bad.
Yeah. He took the soft shoe route. Hey, we're gonna replace you, and we're gonna let you run for this, knowing that the allegations gonna cook him out of that plan, just to make sure. And it was gonna cook him in the race too, but we might as well get you out the race first. You could take that. You could take that with a loss of job and not a loss of a seat. I do parrot that idea that they are all just nasty, freaky men, and I won't just be the both sides crew, but I mean I'm sure it's on both sides. It's just one actually tries to cover it up, and when it gets exposed, they stand in it, and that's scary.
You know, Chris, to be honest with you, it's much better than it used to be.
Nah, I never say that.
A Congress a decade plus ago, it was gross. Right, like since like a lot of the millennials have come in and stuff, and the younger Gen Xers, excuse me, it's actually not as bad as it used to be.
Let me ask you, because I mean I don't never pit tragedy for tragedy, but what makes you think that it's worse? And we're actually now being informed about it. I think it's probably a little more hidden now than it was then, because the information is like super public. At first, it was just be like word of mouth, maybe seen them at the hotel or something. That was like the video footage, but I still don't think it was like work. I don't want to pit trauma for trauma. I just think that what we're witnessing in real time, we shouldn't have to always go back in history and be like, well, back then it was a little bit different. Nah, it's freaky as hell right now, and they're doing their best at trying to cover it, making it look like, oh, it's not that bad, guys. And every time they say that, something else comes out and it gets worse. It's like, I think that's starting to become the norm. Is, oh man, they just wild people. And I don't think we should do that, especially when it comes down to our women and children. Like as a man with a wife, I think it's probably best we try to protect women and children. By all means, in that case. Especially when we're putting people that have these type of ideologies and ideals in place of power that can dictate not only policy, but have enough power to get away with it. In some air quotes, get away with it. But back to Michael Jackson, please.
I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing.
You really sounded like him, though. That's why I was waiting for that next verse. That was cool.
There's nothing colder than your shoulder when you're dragging me along.
Yeah, I'm tripping. I have neighbors that raise French bulldogs.
There's nothing colder than your shoulder.
Every week, at least once a week, dogs get loose. Aren't they expensive?
Yeah, they're expensive.
And she be walking up and down the street. I think her husband has dementia, because what he'll do is he'll pull he'll open the gate and come in to go into the garage and forget to close the gate. But I'm like, that's just weird to me. So I'm hiding behind the curtain watching them walk up and down the street. Hollering to these dogs.
Sounded you like my neighbors. Hey, the French bulldogs are expensive. But I only caught the tail end of what Tia said. But Congress and all of the business community was far prior to 2007, I would say, before we had camera phones everywhere. It was a lot harder to. It was a lot easier. Which it was correct. All this stuff coming out now, I mean, we used to have NDAs and non-disclosure agreements, is only because of Trump and because of Trump was so public. I mean, scandals did come out before, but Congress first people used to be able to go to strip clubs and go to underground places. There were people on the down low, especially in the 80s and the 90s, into the early 2000s. But now, because of cameras and really because of basically iPhones, it's an impossibility now to hide it. And I've heard this directly from people that are in politics. You have to be a freaking saint, and your past has to be in order to be in politics. That's why you end up with the Wesley Hunts, and not like some people.
Yeah, I mean, it was massively gross. Like even a decade ago, it was massively gross.
Take Donald Trump to come clean it up.
We're just gonna let that one go, man.
Yeah, because I thought the swamp was supposed to get drained. I thought that was that I missed that part. I must have missed that part.
That it was a swamp. It's just that people had normal lot. They didn't have to hide the fact that they were gay. They didn't have to hide. They
were hiding it. What are you talking about? Hiding it.
Hang on, man. They could hide the fact that they were gay. There were mistresses and those types of things. Prostitutes.
Weird sexual request.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't that long ago. That you probably couldn't get elected if you were divorced. You know, if you were a divorcee, you probably weren't going to get not to the Senate. You know what I mean? 80s and 90s, you know, that would have been a big scandal if you were a divorcee. And it was changed, especially on the conservative side, because it was ridiculous and it was a lie, right? That many of us know that these people were just so saintly, and they were all, you know, religious, the second coming of Mother Teresa, and that's what a lot of people were hiding. And it started with the Clinton scandal. I mean, you know, Monica Lewinsky's not the first woman to perform a sexual act in the Oval Office. I know that sounds like a surprise, but you know, it started with that, and it was this air of piety that you had to have to be a politician that Trump blew open. And I actually applaud him for that, because it did expose, and people do recognize that people have lives and they live, and you don't have to be a perfect saint in order to be a politician.
I'm opposed to people point to that. You don't have to be a perfect saint, which I don't think anybody through the history of time has ever experienced a politician. What is understand religious leaders, but what it should be is an example of leadership and character. So I think this is the most publicly devoid of the things that we look for in virtue in a leader that we've ever had in the history of the country, for what it was worth. He's blatant, obvious, and to your point, everything was done in the shadows. So I don't see how you would compliment that downturn in morality, virtue, and character, and the top leader in the world.
Yeah. He ain't hide it, because you can see it. Because you know what I mean? There's just a lot of people. JFK, I mean, you know, JFK, if you really go and look into it, I know how we hold him in high regard, but if you look at his true past, you know, Clinton's past, I mean, it's ugly. It's ugly if you really look at it. It's just you know about Trump's.
All Democrats. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Are you chewing on MAGA balls in your mouth? Because you just literally critique two Democrats, two notable
LBJ too. LBJ was a whore.
But the point that we're saying is, you know, all of the past presidents were most of them were slave masters and raped 13-year-old black children to have kids. So I'm saying, what are we saying? So this is the history of reality for leaders since the beginning of time. So to point out JFK in a long line of people with questionable backgrounds, the point I actually made was people in the public where there's no doubt about their reality. They don't even give a damn about covering it up or doing things in private. I wasn't talking about whether they're going to make it through the pearly gates with what God sees. I'm saying Trump is a blatant.
I agree with that. That like you're running off. Those were the two I thought of. I mean, George W. Bush admittedly had a pass. Did a little of the white powder. You know what I mean? You know, George W. Bush wasn't St. Nicholas either. I think.
But he had a good redemption story though, so that's a little different.
Redemption story, he did. It was great for the Christian right. You know, before you invade countries. The JFK is like if you're looking at the story in the grand scheme of what we know about our president, it's
No, Trev. Nice try, Trev. But no, not even close. Not even close to what we're seeing in front of our face when you want to reflect to a president that existed 70 years ago. It's bullshit. It's bullshit, bro. And you know, we're seeing right in front of our face the rise of fucking whataboutism. Jefferson has the grift in real time. And the scammer who has been scamming people since the 70s in front of our face. You know why Manhattan voted 90% against him? It's because we know the motherfucker. Because he's a shady, dirty, racist dirtbag. But you want to talk about JFK. All right, bro. We see.
That's not how we were going to frame it. We're just having a bigger conversation about the history of scandals. Yeah, we're just having a bigger picture
I don't fucking care. We're talking about Trump's grift. Okay?
Trump's on a scale that is not proportional to any politician. We got to go back into the 20s when they used to really do shit under the table. By the way, shout out to Netflix. The assassination of President Garfield on Netflix, Death by Lightning, excellent story. Not often told.
Oh, that's my cue. Yeah, looking forward to it.
You should watch. Even my wife is watching it, and she doesn't like political dramas, but it is an excellent story. But the way things, used to be done, like that, there's no point in going back 150 years. But if we're just going to talk about modern history, basically since Reagan, there is nothing that compares to Trump. And the only thing I'm saying, Scott, is I do think it is there is some good in getting rid of some of the piety and the perfectionism that you're expected to have in order to be a politician, because it's so fake and it's so phony to me. And I think I actually think the people who end up in office sometimes end up being not very good people, not very well-rounded people. I'll call Wesley Hunt out on that. It's not the people that really know things at their core. They're not empathetic to their core because they haven't experienced life in its totality.
I don't know how you're putting this, with all due respect, garbled together to try to justify Trump as some example of regular manhood. And I think it's, and I also don't understand the whole concept.
Jefferson has my vote.
Just as you said that, it's just, like for the past, 20, 30, 40 years, people think about the bad guy.
Jefferson has my vote.
and this getting paid and private jets and let's build, the Middle Eastern, airplane hangar in the middle of freaking red country. It's like the level that this guy's gone to, the misuse government dollars, the sex scandals, the 48 sexual assaults, everything. It's just, it's inconceivable that people would sit here and justify him as somebody that allows us to not hold piety as a high issue with public figures. It's just the weirdest thing in the world. And you seem like a smart guy, man. But I remember one time we had a good conversation about sports. I was like, you know what? Trent's all right in sports. But for you to even say what you're saying is just super weird, man.
I'm not justifying Trump. That's where you're getting at. You're so obsessed. Some of you are so, I'm not calling you out particularly, are so obsessive about Trump that that's not even what I was talking about. I am talking about a lot of our politicians who I know personally.
What do you mean that you know personally? Who are you?
Huh?
Who are you? What do you mean you know personally?
Who do I know personally? I know Wesley.
No, I'm saying who are you?
I just told you. My name's Trent Cannon. I do know Wesley.
All right, and you know politicians personally. Okay,
yeah, I know a couple of politicians personally.
Okay, bro. Yeah, none of us fucking exist in the world either.
Okay, that's fine, partner. There are, CO, what I'm saying is, we eliminate, like, I'll put it to you this way. So when, in the early 2000s, I was asked if, I would consider running for, this is local office, for Republicans in Houston. We're talking low level, we're talking city council, we're not talking anything major. And there's a vetting that they do. And so they sat me down with the mayor of Sugar Land, David Wallace at the time. And David went through, he had a series of questions, but we didn't get through the first 5. The first 5 was like, basically, what would your ex-girlfriend say about you? If you gave her $5,000, what would your ex-girlfriend say about you if you gave her $50,000? What? Have you ever been to a strip club? Have you ever been to, there were just all sorts of, the first 5 questions, I was like, yes. And like, when we got to like certain, I was like, wow. Like, he's like, you're answering to these questions. And you could see it in my face. I was like, this could go wrong. And he's like, yeah, you have to be prepared for people that you haven't even thought of to come at you and accuse you of things. Are you prepared to put yourself and your family through this? And I was like, absolutely not. Like, why would I want to invite this? And so like but the people that we end up that can make it through those questions haven't had or greatly shied away, right, from I would just say the seedier parts of our society, what I call life. And so we end up with representatives that don't understand all of society, right? And don't know why people have dealt drugs and why people have committed crimes. And that's what I'm saying, CO, is we put these people up that have had very angelic life experiences. And instead of, and now Trump is a bad example, but instead of some people, very smart people who have had real world experiences, who know all sides of life, right, and have commonality with a certain man, those are the people that react before they even get to the ballot box.
So you want more dirty, rotten scoundrels in office, basically, because they're more real. I get.
I don't know you for that. When was the year that people thought piety was associated with politics? When was that?
Let me look it up. I'll get back to you tomorrow.
Like he said that, like, we used to think politicians were angels, and now here we are in a time when Trump has brought us out of that dark age, and now we finally know that you don't have to be an angel to be a politician.
the Republican side, look at the Bob. You have to see. We forget the Bob Doles, and we forget the Ronald Reagans, and the what was Graham?
Jimmy Carter's.
Yeah, well, that's way too far. I'm trying to say
He was a Bible study teacher. What are you talking about?
I'm in agreement with you, but I'm trying to keep it like past Reagan. But I would say, you see actually agree on this. Look at the people that were brought up and put forward as representatives, especially on the Republican side, right? Bill Clinton was like kind of the first person to like actually break that mold. But these aren't people that had you know, significant experiences with different parts of society. You know, Bob Dole and Pat Graham and Newt Gingrich were not people that you would say, and George Herbert Walker Bush, you would say, have had experiences in different parts of society, and that's what I'm trying to say. So that's the mold that Trump broke. And again, some of that
the Trump model, you jack up your whole freaking argument with the Trump.
I know because you don't like Trump, and I don't like Trump either.
Why would you project a non-objective perspective on my view of Trump as opposed to using the factual analysis of his character and his deeds? Why would you in this case, if I'm using Trump, why does it have to do with some subjective like or dislike as opposed to the actual facts that you could list? Let's use an easy one without going to rape allegations, Epstein trials, and failures and bankruptcies. Let's use an easy one. If you look in the recorded history, I think of the past, I forgot what the medium was, but he's had the most lies on record of any politician. So he lies to your face. If you go back to Bush, like
I agree with all that. Like you don't have to.
So I'm saying, so he's the lyingest president in history. And you made it an issue of whether somebody likes him. Make it make sense for me.
What Trump is, he's a microcosm macrocosm of, is the movie Bulworth, if you remember, with Warren Beatty. And the populace likes Trump.
No, I mean it's a good movie reference, but Trump is way more corrupt and way more sinister than that guy. But the only thing about Bulworth is that he decided to say fuck it and tell the truth. Okay?
For a lot of people, right? For a lot of people, that's what Trump is. I'm not saying that he doesn't lie. I believe he does lie. But there are a lot of times when he lets you exactly into the insight without the double political speak, right? Of what he's thinking or what he's going to do.
Hold on a second, though. How does what you're saying? No, this is I'm just try one time. Just hold on. Let's take that one issue if we could. If we're not hogging the stage up, and if anybody wants to jump in, I won't hog it. But just that one issue, man. You're basically saying what people have said. He's a regular guy. He talks just like us. He shoots straight. Swear this for me. How can you be considered among an ignorant? That's a whole nother story. Electorate. That's a whole nother story. Let me park that. How can you be considered a straight shooter, and then right after the sentence of he's told the most lies in recorded history for a politician? Make that make sense for me.
See, you know what? I can't make that make sense. You're right. But
thank you so much, Trent. Thank you so much. Because I hear people saying that all the time. Like, how do you consider somebody a straight shooter and everything come out of their freaking mouth is a lie? And every debate, they do the test afterwards and they say, here's 100 lies that Trump just told. And then somebody says, oh, he's such a straight shooter. What the hell is going on with people?
He has that charisma and that ability to.
But say that. Don't say straight shooter. Just when you say 30,000. Hold on a second, though. Hold on a second, real quick. If you say, let's go, I think it's 40 by now. That might have been the old numbers. If you say 40,000 lies in the past several years on tape, on camera, in print, 40,000 lies, and then you use charisma, most people from where I'm from would call that manipulative con man. They wouldn't call it straight shooting politician. Make it make sense for me. Because charisma and 40,000 lies doesn't really equal a straight shooting politician. What are you saying, Trent?
What I would say is that the American electorate is so tired of the doublespeak and the eloquent words and the fluffy, the fluff. I mean a better word of it, just the fluff that even Obama was, excellent at, right? But saying, not answering questions directly is like one of the big things. Like, what do you think about this? From Trump, you'll get yes. Might not even be the yes that you think, or you'll get a yes.
It's a lie. He answers directly, but it's a lie.
Hakeem Jeffries is the. Have you ever listened to Hakeem Jeffries do an interview? He is the most politician, obfuscating. Like, he doesn't answer a question. Hakeem Jeffries really pisses me off.
When he said, does he have to defend the Constitution? And he couldn't answer that as yes or no? Like, what are you talking about?
Arthur, so what we're conflating here, again, and I'm a fan of Trump, but what we're conflating is, to what said, the majority of the American populace isn't number one, isn't highly engaged in political policy. Number two, isn't on the educational level of most people on this stage. That's just a fact. And so sometimes I'll have, TC, you're right. I heard Hakeem Jeffries try to answer something. I just didn't even know what and I'm relatively intelligent. I got a third grade education. I couldn't tell what the man was saying. And I think what Trump appeals to is this directness, and that something is going to get.
How are you direct if you lie all the time? Do you guys have televisions where you are? This dude was at an Asian summit. He's talking about magnets. He's talking about ships, and we can build a ship a day. He's talking about chlorine and bleach. Do you guys listen to this guy? Did you guys watch the debates? This guy rambles. This dude speaks like he has a third grade education. I'm sorry, I can't hear what we're saying because you're talking under me. Real quick, I'll finish. This guy rambles and he says a bunch of BS. Nobody knows what he's talking about. He has incoherent. Hold on a second, I'm gonna finish in a little bit. Hold on, TC. He has incoherent streams of idiot. It's like crazy to hear somebody use the word straight talk, or he speaks to it. What is he really saying? What they're saying, the ignorant electorate that you're describing, and I don't mean it in a pejorative sense, they literally just don't know, but they're finding out right now. I won't use the FA part, but at the end of the day, this bit 2-bit is up. I think people are seeing it. For whatever it's worth, not trying to be funny, think about what's happening now. You got 58 to 70% disapproval ratings. You know, the freaking subsidies that he held there, 40 days of people not being able to get the paychecks, but he sent $40 billion to freaking Argentina to save their economy.
He hasn't sent that money yet.
He could have used that same $40 billion to fund a year or 2 years.
No, he can't.
Of subsidies.
It's not fungible.
It's the same amount. The point is the same amount of money.
What I'm telling you, okay? Because he's already been elected. And this is what I'll say. And Scotty, I think you'll like this one. Kevin Spacey as Frank Underwood in House of Cards. I can't remember what season it is, but he's the president. He's speaking to Congress after he's being investigated. And he gives this preamble. It's in the first very famous speech from the House of Cards. And it's in the first season. He gives this speech and he says, "It doesn't matter what I do as long as I say it with force, as long as I'm doing something." And he's talking to the American public and he says, you're just so tired of the doublespeak. You just want somebody that does something. You need a man of action. And if you step back, and that was a wonderful, you guys should play it one day. That was a wonderfully written speech in that episode, because that is exactly what Trump represents. For a lot of people, he's a man of action. Y'all be good. I'll talk to y'all soon.
Well, I think it was a brilliant show. The best way to characterize
it's a great show. Don't you love how he just like says his thing, his little speech? He's so proud of himself. and then he exits. It's just something I just want to point out.
So I think the best.
Every time, Scotty.
Every single time he thinks he's cooking, and he's so proud of himself, and then he leaves. Go ahead.
All right, there we go. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Sandra. That was real cute what you tried to do there. So I think the best example of what Trent is describing, CL, and this is when it hit home for me, how Donald Trump can pierce through all of the noise and get straight to the heart of the matter. It does it in a way that speaks directly to the affected people and gets past all the media class and the pundit class and all that shit. The reason why you're pointing out all of these lies is because the way that Donald Trump speaks to the public is different than the way your retail politician speaks to the public. Your retail politician, when pointed on a question, will obfuscate. He will dance around. He'll beat around the bush. He won't answer the question. He'll avoid the question altogether. And so you can't lock him down on a specific answer. So you can't tie him to what he said 2 years later to give your conclusion that he lied, right? Because he never makes a position. Kamala Harris did this routinely throughout the campaign, which is why she lost. What Donald Trump did, and this is what spoke volumes to me, when his first campaign when he was running, he went into Detroit. And he said this. He said, your streets are no good. Your schools are no good. What the hell have you got to lose? And everybody went crazy because they thought that Donald Trump was telling black people that they shit was no good. But really what Donald Trump was doing, he was speaking to the people that were in the arena, the people that were in the environment and knew that our schools were shit, knew that our communities were no good. And when he said, what the hell have you got to lose? Everybody said, oh, he's being racist. Oh, he's being no good. That was the pundit class that was framing what he was saying. But to the actual people that were being affected by the shitty-ass schools that were no good, they thought to themselves, holy shit, our schools are no good.
Hey, TC, I got a question for you.
And that's a good example of what Trent is talking about when he says the plain speak. Hold on, he did it again with the crime in D.C. He did it again with the crime in D.C. He said crime is at an all-time high in D.C. The pundit class came out, that's a lie. This is another lie, you can add it to the 40,000 lies. As a matter of fact, crime has been going down in D.C. for the last 2.5 years under model. And that's the very point that I'm talking about. To the pundit class, to the media class, it's a lie. But then when you go and look at the polls, and you look at the historical polls, just 1 year earlier, when polled DC residents, they asked, what's the #1 issue affecting you in your community? And he said, crime. No, you guys were speaking over me. That's the reason why. That's the reason why I'm speaking up. No, because you were speaking over me. That's actually why. Last time I was trying to speak gently, you wouldn't let me speak. So the point I'm trying to make here, CEO, is very simple. You have a man that's willing to pierce through the veil that the media class and the pundit class and the establishment politicians try to create.
Okay, you made your
point. That gets beyond the point. And here's the thing. Crime itself was a major issue for residents of D.C. Okay. So because he was able to speak directly to the residents, directly to the citizens, he was able to pierce that. You're not going to get that from another politician. You're only going to get something like Donald Trump. As long as Scotty keeps trying to talk over me, I'm going to keep talking.
So there you go. Damn thing for the school systems.
You done yet? Okay, cool.
Hey, Scotty, let me ask you a question. Hey, TC. I hear everything you're saying, and I won't combat your point to point, but I have a question for you relative to what you said, right? He speaks straight to the people, right? So for the people, right, for the past few years, he wanted to bring back manufacturing jobs, so much so that he imposed tariffs that were really tariffs on the American people when it's all said and done, right? The economy's going to hell. People hate us. Our reputation globally is, worse than it's been a long time. And he's speaking straight to the people, and he said exactly what he wanted to do. Here's what he did after telling people that the jobs were going to come back because of all these remarkable federal policies he put in place. He sat on with Gore Ingram the other day and essentially said that Americans don't have talented workers, so he needs to have more immigrants come in to work because we don't have enough talent in America. And he looked her straight in the face, and that same voice that you're describing, that loving voice that you really adore, he looked her right in the face and he says, U.S. workers aren't talented enough. What are your thoughts? And do you like that straight talk?
Do you disagree?
No, I'm just trying to. Do you like?
Do you disagree that they have a more skilled labor force when it comes to manufacturing in China than we have here in America? Or is that just a flat out truth?
100%.
I would say this.
100%.
And we know it's the truth, so why? Because he says it and it's not politically correct, we should condemn him for it?
How do you think that makes American workers feel, one, and then secondarily, if you
doesn't matter about, see, that's the thing, that's the difference between Democrats and Republicans.
I didn't interrupt you. Let me just give you this, because you're asking a question, right? At the end of the day, when you destroy the Department of Education and you reduce the tech funds for students to be able to be more prepared for the future of the workforce, right? So you can't say on one end that Americans are less talented in tech and then destroy and remove all of the STEM dollars that were invested in American workers so they can catch up with China. So he's actually doing the opposite of what his straight talk has purported with his constituents, right? So listen,
but the problem with that,
how do you get American workers up? You invest in STEM. You invest in STEM scholarships. You get them qualified because that's what he promised. He promised that he was going to create a workplace that gave American workers more opportunities for jobs. And then he wanted to do more deportations, but now he wants to immigrate people from South Africa if you're white, or Asia if you're smart. Make it make sense for me.
well, first off, you're wrong, right? So that's another thing about the pundit and media class, establishment politicians, and the bamboozled. Is the argument that you made that he's not directing and investing funds into STEM education. That's completely false. He signed executive orders directing his Department of Education and the Secretary of the Department of Education to direct funds directly to AI funding in STEM education, particularly for students in the public education arena. So you're just flat out wrong. Just flat out wrong, right? So when you start to characterize his statements as being lies, but you yourself are not. Wait. But you asked me not to interrupt you. You asked me not to interrupt you. So allow me the same courtesy because when you asked me not to interrupt you, I went ahead and went on mute. So if you don't mind, please allow me to finish. You're wrong.
Denominator is
And routinely so.
and
Routinely so. This is something that we know is documented. Literally, executive order after executive order has been established that he directed funding to try and put more funding towards STEM education and AI. That's number one. Number two, the reality that we have been importing foreigners and foreign workers through our H-1B visa program is nothing new under the Trump administration. This has been going on under the Trump administration, the Biden administration, the Obama administration, the Bush administration. This is something we've consistently known. He's not lying to the American public, and he's not making the American worker feel bad. He's simply directing commentary about what's happening with our manufacturing in America. Listen, if he's going to incentivize jobs to come to America, he's got to bring companies to America. And in order for him to bring companies to America, he's got to incentivize them to bring their workers to America. And well, listen, you're not going to build Rome in a day. This is the first 10 months, maybe 11 months of his administration. He's got another 32 more months to go. He's not even done with the first quarter of his administration. And you're telling us what he didn't do. This is the disingenuous, liberal, leftist, progressive shit that you guys do to try and discredit this president. He's taking an active stance on decoupling from China so that we don't have to depend on China infrastructure and imports for our national security. So we decided to decouple. Yeah, I'm not done. So you can go on mute, Scott.
I'm not going to go on mute.
So you heard what First Lady said. Wait until I'm done. Yeah, you can wait until I'm done. I'm going to get to you. So, because you don't have impulse control.
Please stop
Thank you. If Scotty is being rude, I had the mic. I was
I
responding
know
to
you did, DC. I'm not calling anybody's name. I'm just asking those that are
Have some respect for First Lady. She's talking.
Ticket, bro. Cash it in. Member here. I'm a member.
Thank you. So I'll finish. You don't get any special privileges.
Sorry, bro.
Thank you. So I'm going to finish like First Lady asked. First Lady, I'd like to finish.
Politically
if that's
incorrect
okay.
has a rule.
I'd like to finish, First Lady, if I can.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Well, I'm gonna finish
Next
it.
speaker.
So as I was saying,
There's a lot of people on
What is going on? Why are you still
He's not
talking? I
respecting
don't
the
get it.
rules.
I don't get it. Why are you still
There's
talking?
Ed, there's Jerry. Let's see. There's
Why are you
Matt,
still talking?
There's Omari. Well, TC has a pink ticket. I don't know why he's prioritized.
Because he can't. Because he can't. But
Well,
that's
that's
not a
too
conversation
bad
to
for
have
him.
right now. I'm in the middle of
Too bad.
working.
Let's
Can
go
you
to the
please be
speaker.
quiet so the conversation can
He's
continue?
taking up the space. Let's go to a new speaker. Thank you.
Because of AI. And
You're gonna have to just move these people because they're disrespectful,
Shut
they're
the
irreverent,
fuck
and
up.
we don't have no space for them.
Ticket.
In this
He's a
scenario, CEO, we've decoupled from China, and for those reasons, did you hear First Lady said?
Said it before.
Did you just hear?
Okay. Let TC land, and then we'll continue. You heard First Lady. Come on, guys.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I know you guys are. I know you listening to the moderators. He literally just said, "Let me finish." So you're gonna let me finish? Thank you.
Can you turn down the volume on your mic, TC, a little bit?
Not a problem. Not a problem. But if I have to keep turning over the belligerents, then I have no.
Man, just go on and say it. Just go on.
I'm not taking pointers from you. Thank you. All right. So as I was saying,
bring it down a little bit, please. Just bring it down. People
Not a
at
problem.
work want to listen.
not a problem. So as I was saying,
We're
we're going to decouple from China, CEO. In order to do that, you have to effectuate partnerships that allow for us to train our workers. You can do the research. He has directed funding from the Department of Education to fund STEM education for the public students, public school educated students. I'll land there.
Thank you so much, TC. We appreciate it. Let's go ahead and talk about something else that's...
Don't ask him another question.
No, it's okay. Let me just read this little statistic, because he did say that I was saying.
Wait, is this the same Matt that said New Jersey is a red state? I didn't get finished wrapping him up.
CEO, then Matt. CEO, then Matt.
Speaking and everyone's interrupting me. What's happening?
CEO, then Matt. We got you, Matt.
I was speaking first, though. Why am I not? This is what I'm talking about.
They were having a conversation.
Check this out.
Let my son speak, please. Go ahead, son.
Thank you. I'm like, what is going on? Anyway, I also like New Jersey. I said Republicans were saying was going to be a red state, which of course was not the case, but everything gets misconstrued. Hey everybody, I hope y'all are having a good day in the politically correct lounge. I just want to bring some good energy because, sometimes I know when we get in these arguments, it just gets draining and one voice against the rest and all that. But we can probably talk about some other stuff that doesn't go back to any individual that we all feel may monopolize the mic. So we can talk about, so much happening, y'all. Utah, we just got a seat, y'all. Salt Lake City. Did y'all see Ben McAdams is running? And so is the former mayor of Salt Lake City. Did y'all see that? Yeah, we can talk about a lot of things happening. Y'all see Trump's trying to cut off federal dollars to New York City because of Mamdani? We can...
Yeah, well, speaking of cutting off federal dollars, let me just read this really point. Not addressed to anyone in particular. Thank you, good sir, for sharing that information and for the temperature change. But let me just share this for facts.
Was Matt finished?
What's going on? Well, hey, Matt, were you finished? You said,
I'll appreciate you, Omari.
Okay.
Finish, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, thank you. We're good, Omari. That's what's going on. Hey, the Trump administration generally pursued policies that involve significant cuts and freezes to overall federal research and education funding, including core STEM programs at university. There have been specific instances of both cuts and target funding decreases, that make the net effect complex. But bottom line is yes, as I said, and as I've read several articles on, he's literally cut funding for research and STEM, but he wants to do the visas to allow smart people from other countries to come over here while promising the American workers that he would create a workplace where they have more job opportunities.
Oh,
right?
my.
That's a contradiction that is Donald Trump.
What's your
why would
source?
you say one thing?
What's your source,
and
CO?
do something else?
CO, what's your source?
Isn't that interesting? That's weird.
CO, what's your source?
That was artificial intelligence.
Exactly.
No, but I read several articles. That was just a synopsis of those articles. Well, it is what it is. If you wanted to present a counter argument, do that. But
I'll direct you to his executive order on AI.
Why do y'all keep doing that? You like this man. Stop all the fucking yelling, okay?
Yeah, I'd just like to
Most of us
I'd like to respond to CEO. It's true that he's cut lots of research grants. The reason being that he felt that the universities had been ideologically captured. And as a member of the higher education system, I can tell you he's right about that. Universities, including sciences, unfortunately, even math, have been ideologically captured. So I think it's a good move for him to withhold funds from universities that refuse to examine this in and of themselves, because their inquiry is no longer scientific. It's based on political agendas, and that will hurt us in the long term.
Yes, yes, withholding cancer research because they're ideological. That's a good idea. Let's punish.
I never said that. No.
Let's punish sickle cell. Let's punish.
I'm not saying any of that.
That's the money that they're holding back.
I'm not saying any of that. It's widely inclusive. It's mainly National Science Foundation.
Let's cut off. Hey, I have a great idea. Let's cut off Alzheimer's funding because they have a bone to pick with Harvard.
Right. Well, that's not what that's a straw man. You're misrepresenting what's going on.
No, I'm not. That's actually the result of what has been happening.
What is going on, fucking Normie?
They have withheld funds, and they've got rid of funds for actual scientific studies that are happening with cancer, Alzheimer's, sickle cell.
Yes.
Right.
And I just told you why. And I think it's
because he has a bone. Because he has a bone to pick. Because there may be something going on elsewhere in the university, but not in the scientific departments that are doing
in the science department.
Okay.
In the science, even in the medical.
So let's cut out entire programs and withhold billions of dollars on cancer studies for people. So that maybe we can cure cancer because of what exactly? Right.
In order to compel them to remove the ideological bias from their programs. He's also very anti-DEI.
Let's punish people with cancer. Let's punish people with Alzheimer's.
So explain exactly how those biases have had impact on the studies or things that we've actually come to conclusion with so far.
Well, it's a long and complicated question, but it has to do with people admitted. You know very well that he's anti-DEI, and he's found, for example, the climate change bias is a really good one. So a friend of mine studies the path of pathogens through the globe's oceans, okay? He could no longer get grants unless he showed that this was somehow a climate change agenda-oriented study. And he's been doing this for years. I'll even tell you his name, David Ho at Columbia University, the Earth Science Institute. So that's a really good example that climate change had to be accounted for, and also had to have a DEI pledge. So it was really like a political pledge that you had to take in order to get your research funded. So he's pushing back
again.
Against
how did it affect? What I'm asking you, and listen carefully.
Did you hear what I said?
Wait, Norma, listen to the question carefully.
Did you hear my answer?
I heard your answer, and that has not an impact on what they were doing. So specifically, what was taken away? How was it? What was it impacting and making things go in a poor way, in a way that was not helpful to the process?
It looks like the Matrix has won. How about we?
That's a good one.
Yeah, how about we? Just because we do have people who are working, and we're not trying to have them disturbed by nonsense on stage. I wanted to offer. We know. Oh wait, Wait, are you back? What's going on?
I was never gone.
You were
Somebody muted me. Oh, I see.
Oh, you are muted and the moderators have spoken. But I think that we need to, recenter things. We know what's happening with the cancer research and all the other illnesses that have been, that have had their funding pool. We know what's going on, y'all. I think I've learned when dealing with certain individuals who I won't name that are currently on the stage, sometimes you just have to let them talk and you just let them finish and move on and say what you were saying and continue what you were saying. Just like pretending they're an imaginary friend that only you can hear.
So, Arthur, are you interested to hear my response?
Am I being, see,
Did you,
am I being interrupted?
Arthur, you cut me off? You were having a conversation with Arthur.
Hey, stop interrupting my son. Quiet.
What's going on?
I didn't know he was your son.
I'm being very kind.
He is my son.
Yeah, me too.
And I'm being very respectful. I'm being nice.
Do you understand how the relation of science?
Oh, okay. I wanted just to offer peace and kindness into the room. And even though we don't agree, we can let you all have your little speeches and statements. That's not, do your thing. We'll let you finish and then we'll continue. Because what we're going to show on screen, we're not the ones who are bullying anyone. We're just going to have our different opinions, and we're going to get the information out that's factual. We'll let you guys offer whatever misinformation comes to your pretty little minds. Offer it. We're in America, and we'll offer the factual information when you finish, and we'll pretend like the room never heard you speak. But did you have anything else you wanted to lie about? Oh, Norma, you feel free to.
I don't think you speak for the room, and when you say I'm lying, that makes you a liar and a manipulator, and that's
that we're trying to decry here. Exactly what we were criticizing the president for, and exactly what the president was having trouble with the scientific inquiry. So I'm hoping that you heard and understand why the politicization of scientific inquiry is a bad thing. Not every project has to have a DEI pledge. Not every project has to have a climate change benefit.
And they don't.
I didn't
say that they do.
Hey, Matt,
I said that they should have a pledge.
Matt, I like your idea about moving on, so let's move on.
So, Arthur, were you able to hear my response?
We heard you.
Oh, we got it.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you.
Who are you asking?
You don't speak for we. You're only
Check
one
this out,
person.
Norm. Check this out, Norm. He been trying to be nice to your ass. Now, when Matt crashes the fuck out, don't say shit. Okay?
He was being bitchy and
When he
nasty.
crashed, no, he was being nice. But now I'm about to
That's
move
not
your ass
nice.
to the go.
Somebody's feelings are hurt.
Why white people always try to play victim in black spaces?
I've been nothing but kind and respectful.
You have been
I just,
absolutely beautiful, Matt. It's been a real pleasure.
I just think, and even, I don't know where TC went. He can say his stuff, but I think I've noticed when you don't give them the space to, be, when you don't give them the space to be the victims they want to be, that's when they leave, get quiet. They want us to get out of our potties, to scream at them, to interrupt them, so we're told we're interrupting. They want us to do that. So all we have to do is offer the correct information. We can, let them finish, do the little stuff, and they will expose themselves and show the snakes they are. We'll continue being the good Democrats we are, and we'll let them be whatever it is they say they are. Like Norm's, I guess, a Democrat, and I don't know what TC is. I actually don't think he knows what he is either. So we can move on, though. Anybody else want to offer any hot topics? This is the Wendy Williams Show.
This was a lovely shift in tone. Thank you so much.
I don't know why white people try to control black spaces and make themselves a victim 24/7. But, Matt, this has been so relaxing.
All right. They can't say I'm bullying them. I'm being nice.
No, this is really wonderful. I just lit a Nag Champa and I have Enya on in the background, so thank you.
I don't know. I'm sorry, Sandra, what'd you say? You was in the Matrix. At least, maybe I was. I'm not sure.
I might be.
She
Can y'all hear me?
She said if you over 40 with braces.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Who's over 40 with braces?
I said that.
He's talking about me. He's talking about me because I used to have braces.
Oh. No, I just said that was my favorite. Scotty got my favorite infant.
Oh, not Chumba.
Yes.
I don't know. Yeah, so Fetterman fell on his face. I don't know if y'all saw that. So I wish the senator from Pennsylvania well.
He literally fell on his face?
Yeah, he hospitalized, so he's in the hospital. So.
Oh boy.
So we'll see the conspiracy theories pretty soon.
Wait, so face plant?
Oh wow.
Yeah, according to CBS, he felt lightheaded and fell. So.
I think
It's not like the Pfizer guy in the Oval Office. That dude collapsed and RFK ran so fast. Oh, yes.
you know, Fred Letterman does have those neurological issues. He had a stroke and all that, so hopefully he's recovering well. I will say I found interesting from his book Unfettered that he and Josh Shapiro have an issue. And he was recently caught on a hot mic calling Josh Shapiro a fucking asshole while Josh Shapiro was right beside him at an event in Pennsylvania this week, I believe. And in his book, he details how he and Josh stopped speaking. And we learned that when Shapiro was running for AG, that Fetterman supported him, and that when Fetterman was running for lieutenant governor, apparently that wasn't given back to him. That wasn't extended to him. So he then says that Shapiro is nothing but a political social climber, and it's clear he wants to be president one day, and that he doesn't like him. And I guess there was a person that went to prison that Fetterman didn't believe should have been either sentenced or maybe he should have been pardoned. And I guess Shapiro did not agree. And the man was left in jail, and it was a nonviolent offense. So that's why he and Shapiro don't like each other. And so, yeah, so this is kind of all, to me, shows maybe why Fetterman also operates the way he does on a federal level when he votes, because he doesn't probably even care. Because sometimes these governors call these senators and they have conversations on things before they vote on bills. And it seems like they don't have a strong enough relationship, right, for Shapiro to kind of get through to Fetterman. Hey, MAGA Miso, what's going on? But yeah, I think that's interesting.
Well, they were also cut from different cloths. I mean, Fetterman's more of a rural guy, small town mayor type thing.
Exactly. Wasn't he mayor for like 13 years?
Yeah, blue collar. What is he? 6'8". Josh Shapiro is what? 5'5", urban, Jewish. So there you go. It's different. You remember when Fetterman was a darling of the Bernie people?
Oh, they loved him. They loved that man. They worshipped him.
I remember when conservatives said he was a communist, and they tried to drag him and said he would be the worst thing ever in the Senate. So now he's their darling. So that's crazy how those things have flipped.
I would say he's their darling, but
yeah, he's only voted for Trump 7% of the time, I think MAGA Miso said. So it's not like he's their darling, but he's definitely I think he's from Pennsylvania, where I believe Josh Shapiro is going to win again next year by probably 13, 14 points. But I'm not sure if the stroke did something to him, and I say that respectfully. But it just seems like he has his own interests. But he also doesn't want to be there, admittedly. He's pretty much unhappy with being in a job. That's why a lot of people want him to resign. But he's probably going to run for election anyway. So, And if he does, he'll lose to Connor Lamb in the primary.
Yeah, he was talking yesterday to Jake Tapper, and he was talking about how he dealt with depression and suicide and stuff like that. It was, he does well when he talks just about those type of things and what he's been through. if he sticks to that, I think he's more genuine. But I don't know if anyone knows. His wife reminds me of Travis Hunter's girlfriend. I don't know why. Like, she just looked like she's just for the streets.
Scotty,
Hmm?
I am loving your walking New York tours. The pictures that you got from the Dakota were just phenomenal. Videos.
I'm glad you're the one person who watched it. That's me.
Oh my God, the close-ups. I remember the first time I went to the Dakota, and yeah, it was just, we had a tour guide. We would go to New York every spring for right after Fashion Week. We'd go every year for like 15 years. And one year we had an actual tour guide, and when he broke down the Dakota, I mean, I knew about how famous the Dakota was, but the way he broke it down, it was basically like you times, 10, but that was beautiful, Scotty.
I'm glad you like it. And I'll just say rest in peace for Berta Flack, longtime resident of the
Absolutely. I didn't know that either. And did you say that you plant at that park? The park that you showed that was still closed? It was a federal park?
Oh, not too much of my private stuff. Yes.
It's nice that it's gated. I wish some of our parks were gated.
Well, it's gated, but it's shut down because of the government shutdown. But I think it's open today.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Sandra.
Megan, I don't know if you saw the new Harper poll that came out today. It has Cooper 8 points ahead in this one for Wally. And then I don't know why they polled Don Brown, but he's 10 points ahead of him. This is crazy. I know some people are so, no, don't just say he's a win. I don't know how Cooper loses. I really don't. Yeah. And Trump official refers Eric Stilwell for a federal criminal probe over his alleged mortgage fraud. I don't know if y'all saw that 47 minutes ago. He's the latest Democrat to face mortgage fraud allegations from the Federal Housing Finance Agency head Bill Pulte, or Pult, I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name, who sent a letter to the DOJ on Wednesday. So they're trying to do this. Didn't they just do Adam Schiff as well? I think Adam Schiff's under mortgage fraud investigations.
What's the claim of what did they fraud about? Residency, something like that?
I presume the Letitia James, like they're just trying to find something on everybody, and this is weaponizing the Justice Department. I thought this is what they said that Joe Biden did.
It's odd. How many Republicans has he done this to?
I think 0. He seems to be pardoning a lot of them, right? Didn't he just pardon a sexual abuser?
Yeah.
So, just think that it's interesting that...
I mean, the Binance guy, man, that was a hell of a pardon.
That was yeah. And I guess there's more on the way, but
And it was the Silk Road dude. Like, that was another incredible pardon. The hits keep coming.
The hits keep coming, Just dance. It'll be okay. Just do-do. Just dance. I love this record, babe. Do-do-do-do.
When he went after the cook lady, they said that there were 4 of his appointees that had the exact same charge. that he was trying to charge her with as far as the mortgage fraud. 4 of them that he appointed. But they're okay.
Did you guys recap the room from last night with Kimberly today?
No, we did not. We did not. We did not recap it. You know, that would be. I don't know. But did you get anything out of it?
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
Well, first of all, happy Thursday to you because you arrived to class a little late today, so this is the first time I actually get a chance to speak to you.
Happy
They was going
Thursday.
crazy. Go ahead. What was you saying?
No, they were going crazy, so it was another day that ends in Y. So I probably didn't miss much.
Oh no! You can't. You were right here when it was going back and forth with that talking.
The norm.
Yeah. That's when I started getting comment. But yeah, well, so did you get anything out of the Kimberly conversation?
Yeah, I mean, I realized like how important the work that she does to help companies, look at it not in the lens of political, but as for profit and how having, diverse groups of individuals in the workforce actually is profitable, and just kind of dispelling that myth was pretty good. She really put it into a way that didn't hear from other people who talk about it. So she was funny. She laughed, and she seemed really legit, like just a genuine person. So I liked her a lot. I mean, the Tim Wise was good, but I would say she was actually even to me better than Tim.
I think you just like the way she looked and the way she sounded. That's why you like her better than. No, just kidding.
I felt it was more personable, the conversation she was having. It just felt more connected, that's all.
Well, some people just have that way of being, so she showed a lot of personality. I think maybe Tim wasn't quite comfortable with us yet, He was just trying to fill out the thing, and I definitely wasn't comfortable with him, hence why I wanted to continuously keep it as professional as possible,
Yeah, but she was good. I did follow her. It looks like she does go in Clubhouse spaces, and so hopefully I get a chance to sit in the audience and listen more. This is like second week in a row, y'all brought some pretty good people up on to speak. So man, y'all, I wonder if y'all can continue that. Y'all have any more people?
Don't be putting pressure on nobody. What's wrong with you, sir? But wait till next week.
Yeah. We might have a really, really good one. Like all y'all know these people.
Don't tell them.
I'm not telling them at all.
I know, but don't even give them that much. That's too much. Because, you gotta wait. You gotta see. You understand, Omari? But you know what? Like, don't be putting no pressure on us. That's all I got. Hey, miss, how are you?
Good afternoon. I'm doing lovely. How about yourself?
I'm good. Hey, Plum. Hey, S. Hey, Royal. Sandra.
Good afternoon.
Matt, Arthur. Now, Reform, she just been relaxed. I'm assuming she's taking a nap.
I was in the room yesterday. I won't say room, but Reform got a chance to get her lick back on a particular person talking about her chandeliers. So that was funny yesterday. I was gonna.
Child. I can't. All I'm gonna say is I got a clip of the clip, and that was a hot mess. You hear me? Lord have mercy.
You know what the trip was it that she came in your space, not ours, I would say your space, excuse me. And she put on her black voice, but when she went into that other space, she put on the Valley Girl, weird science, voice. So
Shut up.
yeah, she wasn't talking, all that, shaking her head and all that other shit. She wasn't doing that. At least the parts I heard.
I know you lying.
Yeah.
You trying to do.
Yeah, I was expecting her. So I was like, oh, okay, here we go. She about to get dragged by all the black women. But then she put on her Valley Girl voice, so she kind of knew what space she was in.
What? You are killing me right now. My. Hey, Your Honor.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Hello, everybody. I hope you're having a wonderful Thursday.
It's a wonderful day in the neighborhood.
I just want to share that my favorite type of day to work is a rainy day. And it is very, very wet and Bay Area today, which is great. We need it.
I heard that. It never rains in Southern California. But you're not in Southern California.
I was about to say, he said Bay. How'd you mess that up?
Yeah, not in the desert of the South. Ooh, we got a lady puncher in the audience. Interesting.
Somebody
You know what about that guy? Yeah, he punched his girlfriend or fiance. He's in the audience. You don't know about Christian Lamar? He claims he's innocent, but he got convicted.
Oh, yeah. The guy that was running for office or something?
Arizona.
I didn't know I was following him. I was surprised when I saw the green bar popped up, but apparently I am. So
He's here?
He was. I don't know if he still is. Yeah, he's still here. He's down there at the bottom of the good.
Christian said y'all need to stop telling stories on him. That is not how it went down.
He actually went to go get
No, he didn't. Did he say that?
He went back to get his Hyundai from his girlfriend.
He said he never took the pot and hit her upside the head.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
He said he was not convicted.
It's not my testimony.
If you weren't there, then why are you talking about it?
He just said
because I'm very, because I think moral clarity in this moment is so important.
What moral clarity do you have?
And so like yesterday,
talking about
we were
something that you don't even know about.
So yesterday we were talking to someone who was trying to find both sides on child pedophilia.
Do you talk about space exploration?
You're not going to talk over me.
Do you talk about space exploration?
But Christian, can you let him finish first?
I don't talk about space exploration.
Okay, well, why? Why not? Why not?
Because there are other topics that I find more interesting.
Well, we don't have to explain.
But you wouldn't talk about something that you don't know about.
Explain that right now.
Oh yeah, I haven't looked up the reference material on the Googles and otherwise on space exploration, but I have looked up the Googles on you and how you got convicted.
No, you haven't.
Watching your fiance.
What race was she? What race?
What race was she? I don't remember if the article detailed that. That's not really relevant though to.
But you know so much about the case though. But you don't know what race.
Why would that be relevant to the case?
Can you tell me what?
I can tell you that you appealed a conviction.
What transpired on the day of the said allegation? What happened?
I'm sure you know better than I do.
No.
He said what happened was you
summarize it. Wait, hold on, one second.
I'm about to tell you.
No, wait, hold on. I want him to summarize everything that happened before the said event actually took place.
I got it.
So summarize that part.
I got it. So y'all was arguing.
No, not you.
You want me to summarize for you?
I don't know all the things that happened.
Right, because you don't know anything.
But there's a jury of 12 people who heard your case.
On social media,
and
acting like
you
you know everything. But see, that's the problem, though. That's the problem, though.
That's the
A lot of people, like to talk,
Not the
but
lady
they
motion.
don't know anything.
Okay.
Hold on, catch me up. What did you do, Christian? You beat somebody?
Only according to the law.
Oh.
Only according to the case he caught.
According to like court records,
lost on
right?
appeal.
According to court records.
Yes.
Notice, and I also want the people in the audience to notice. I want you to pay very close attention to people who do things like this, because this should make you question everything else that they say. Because
okay, I have to read it. It says on September 27th, 2016, a domestic violence complaint was filed that
one mic on Patty. Without polluting.
Okay, so you want me to read what they have online?
Hey, shut the fuck up, Christian. Patty's talking.
You want me to read what it says online, Christian, or you want to keep that personal?
No, there's no point in reading the story online. The story online doesn't tell the story.
That way they give the
right. And that's the issue. The issue is you all literally read news articles on the internet, and you think that a news article is the truth. Oh, that's our problem. We don't believe our own eyes. That's why. You think because you read a news article, an internet article, that
no, you need to get them to remove it since
that you have factual information. It doesn't.
So
and the sad part is
case number 220.
Here's the sad part.
2016 CB 02892 is not you.
Here's the sad part. There's actually hold on. There is actually a court transcript
demanded by both.
And hold on 1 second. There's a court transcript in the criminal case, and then a lawsuit as well that I wrote. So you can literally have two sides of the story from a criminal perspective and a civil perspective being told. But again, this is the problem, is that people they think that just because they
let's
read
go on
something on the internet that they have all the answers.
You
don't have all the answers.
Let's go on Pacer and see if there's other cases aligned with your case that was seen at the District Court of Arizona.
No. Read what I wrote to the court, not the final ruling. I want you to read what I wrote to the court. Just read his side. His side is the only factual part.
You said you didn't remember.
You're getting the other side because the media is throwing that down your throat, inside your eyeballs. So you're getting her side all the time.
Public access to court electronic records
is always told, not the male side, and that's the problem with the feminist justice system. That's the way it's designed. Even the law, even the text of the law is.
But his case is on Pacer, PACER, and just read his side of the story, nothing else.
Well, no. You heard what I said, but you didn't want to hear it.
No, I heard what you said. Okay, let me.
Well, you told the Arizona Republic that you don't even really remember.
You're getting her side because her side is the media.
No, I'm not reading her side. I was going to read because
I'm telling you, her side is the media. Is this how the argument and pretty much what you hear in the criminal in the transcript, because again, the justice system, the ABA rules, the state bar, that's based on the feminist perspective, the ideology. So you get her side reading the criminal transcript as well as the media articles, and then in the civil case, you actually hear my side because I get to depose the officer and a whole bunch of other things. So you do get both sides, but like I said, you're never gonna get it because every place you look, you have the media throwing it down your throat about what her side was.
There's a flaw
gonna get it, throwing it down your throat. I'm telling you.
But it's still law.
Christian,
Juries.
Never gonna get it, never gonna get it.
Christian, you gotta take it from people who are listening, right? Listening or watching or reading any of this, right? What you should do is just say, okay, listen, there's my side of it and there's her side of it without describing.
And then there's the jury, and then there's the conclusion.
Yeah, like if you're gonna sit there and characterize what the justice system is, already right there, that's when you sound like you lost. And so why don't you just say, look, this is what I describe it as. This is my testimony. Do things like that, and then we make the decisions from there. Don't characterize it as a feminine justice system, because it just sounds like you're really bored. You sound really bothered at that point.
So Royal, I appreciate your perspective, but again, like I'm going to say it exactly how I want to say it.
Okay, but then we have the right to judge. One second.
The people who get bothered by me calling it a feminist justice system, maybe that makes their antennas go up because they benefited off of that. It could be.
You think God benefited off of a quote? What? That doesn't even make any sense. I'm a guy.
Yes, it does. Because there are men who are feminists. There are absolutely men who are feminists.
Well, check this out. Don't even respond to that, because right now, this is nothing but a dog whistle.
Wait, I didn't know that you were that.
You're trying to frame women as a problem, not a solution. So don't even respond to that stupid ass.
I ain't never seen a man who
I don't know how he would ever try to get elected again. Using words. Using words like that.
In court, no wonder he got guilty, dude.
You know the best part of this story. So this story actually sorry, go ahead. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just trying to say, Patty, I'm trying, but when he says, you're probably a feminist, I'm like, well, I am, and you make it sound like if it's a negative thing, which is hilarious, which is the problem with everything that he just said. It's like, dude, stop throwing characterization, stop throwing words into just say that this is what happened, this is my side of it, and this is their side of it, and just close it. You look guilty when you do that, dude. You're not doing yourself any favors.
Again, Royal.
No. There's nothing else to say.
All right.
I don't care how that makes me look. And people get to call me a woman beater, or murderer, or rapist, whatever they want to call me. That doesn't affect me. That doesn't affect me just because somebody calls me.
Except that it does.
I don't care. I don't care.
The way you're responding says you don't care.
Be quiet. One second. Your Honor.
I'm the topic of discussion.
Okay, Christian. I agree. I don't know why Your Honor brought this up. Your Honor, what say you? What do you have to say?
Oh, so I was starting to say it before. So I think there's a lack of moral clarity in our society today, and there's a lot of gaslighting and boomeranging and other things that people do and they get away with it, and I don't like it. And so there's a couple of places in life where they're not judgment calls, really. Like, you're a piece of shit if you're on the other side of it. One of them is, child pedophilia. Someone on the stage, or actually it's the stage, or maybe it was Lisa's, last night was trying to both sides pedophilia. And I'm like, well, that's not a thing. And I feel the same way about, domestic violence. And I just think it's important to make these kinds of things plain. And I think, keeping company with people when they've done something like that and they show no repentance, which I do believe that you can show repentance and have a right to move on. But clearly this is not the person who's done that.
Yeah. Because traditionally you don't admit to something that you didn't do. So you don't have to show repentance for something that you didn't do, which is totally incompetent.
Wait, hold on. Did the counseling that you were forced to do by the court, I don't think it helps, bro.
Say that again?
The counseling that the court mandated that you do after you were convicted, it didn't seem to help.
Hell no, it would help because it's based on a feminist ideology.
It goes again.
Counseling it's based on assuming just because a man was told to go to counseling, that he did exactly what the court said that he did. But again, this is what I say: feminist ideology.
How does counseling make you effeminate? Explain that part.
They're assuming that every single and I want to paint this picture so that people perfectly understand this. I had the only trial in the history of the city of Phoenix and it was actually it was a misdemeanor assault trial. So I had the only trial in the history of the city of Phoenix based on assault who fought their case and then after being wrongly convicted of it, and of course it was set aside, which set aside means it's dismissed, by the way, like in Arizona law. So by the time the case was over or the trial was over, they sent me to counseling, and what does the counseling do? Oh, you tell me about this or tell me about that or tell me about this. Never mind the fact that I opened a lawsuit against the city of Phoenix at that time. But even if I didn't open a lawsuit against the city of Phoenix with active civil litigation, deposing of the officer and a whole bunch of other things, why in the world would a counselor basically address me as if I did something when my position is that I didn't do anything? So that's a failure not only on the system, but it's a lack of awareness on the counselor for not understanding the history, because she automatically assumed that I signed a plea agreement or that I allocated to the crime. That's the problem. That's what I'm talking about. The feminist ideology, the feminist criminal justice system, basing everything, assuming that just because the court claimed that he did it, and that's the only reason that he's here.
So you saying that the justice system is not justice?
Absolutely not justice. Look at how
but you were convicted. If you're convicted of something, wait a minute, Christian. I'm not yelling at you. Calm down. This here, look, like right here. Wait.
What volume do you want me to use to talk to you?
I want you to relax, relate.
I'm very relaxed. But you want to know one thing? Every time I start talking fast and I'm getting through everything quickly, it's a problem. But then when I slow down and talk slowly, I'm talking too slow.
Just lower the volume.
I think not talking would actually be more preferred.
I don't think nobody told you that you were talking too slow.
Just too loud.
Yeah, it's like, like you had about 4 or 5 Red Bulls. Anyway, I'm just trying to understand, if you were convicted, then that means that somebody felt as though the evidence that was provided says that you were guilty.
So what? A lot of courts say men are guilty. And just because the court says it doesn't mean that that's the case. If the person who's being accused of the crime says that they didn't do it, and there's way more to the story, and everybody is automatically assuming that the woman is right, and nobody's looking at the other side, I'm not going to automatically assume that the person did it. And that's the problem. And that's the problem with that's the issue with today's society, is that because in one breath, we're gonna welcome in the entire world into the country illegally, and they're not.
Oh my God! Stop.
That's a hell of a loop.
How did you catch that straight? Is amazing.
The people who are in prison convicted of crimes that they didn't do, and even people who have their sentences commuted, we have to treat them as if they're not a citizen at all.
Christian, are there people that have done things
You reach it.
Does that happen?
Say that again.
Are there people who've done things and still say they haven't? Does that happen?
That happens too. my point.
Thank you for proving my point.
You don't know how sex offender treatment works, do you? Because if you go into sex offender treatment, all them niggas say they ain't do the shit either. So just let them go. You have the mind of a goldfish, and I told you season 1 when I met you. Because I was the first person that exposed you for your domestic abuse. I know you don't remember me. I got a different name. I got off for a couple of years. But I exposed you then in Black Progressives. I was the first one to expose you. Because before I even Googled you, I knew you was a POS. And you gonna get with a white woman and beat her. You thought you ran to a white queen, thought you could do whatever you wanted to her. Because black women give you too much lip. They talk too much.
You don't even have
all that.
worry straight. You're
No,
just talking. Once again.
But Christian, the thing about it is, when you think about it,
Hold on, sir. Did you identify him as a goldfish? I just want clarity.
I'm good. This comes up every so often whenever he reappears. Like this happens whenever Christian reappears.
Christian, even if you didn't do what he accused you of doing, there has to be something in the situation that you can pause on and realize, oh, I shouldn't have done that. I could have done that differently. And if you were really a really mature person, then therapy would help you with that. You wouldn't just totally reject the whole process.
Well, no, I'm not going to sit and listen to a counselor accuse me of something that I didn't do. Now, in retrospect, hindsight, I should have never, ever gotten with my ex ever. I had several opportunities to walk away from her, but I didn't.
Why didn't you? Why didn't you?
Because I didn't think that a person would do what she did.
White woman tell the truth. Hold on. That's not a good solution.
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is.
No, bro. Listen to me, please. Christian, listen to me. Saying that you shouldn't have been royal. Brother, if you don't want to listen, then obviously you're not going to learn. And I'm being honest with you. Okay?
Can I say something?
Wait, no. Christian, listen. Saying that you shouldn't have got with someone does not help the situation. You did get with the person, the situation, whatever it is happened, the accusal happened, you went through the process, right? Whatever. Why don't you, as an individual, and this is across the board with anything in life, and this is what I try to do, right? Say, that is my past, that is what I went through, reflect on it. If somebody brings it up, do the best thing you can to talk about it and try to move on from it. But everything you're doing from it is an excuse on, they did this, and they are this, and they are that. And there's nothing I did was wrong. You don't understand how that sounds? You sound bad. So if you ever decide to ever run for another elected office, right? This is going to come up. If you haven't figured out how to work yourself out from this house, how the hell you think it's going to work out in your future? Seriously speaking.
The problem is, let me just say this real quick.
Because of the fact that I don't have to sit around and take responsibility for something that I didn't do. And again, there are many people. Matter of fact, while I was campaigning, excuse me. While I was campaigning, going door to door, talking to voters by text, talking to voters over the phone for 30 minutes or an hour, I had multiple. Excuse me.
Let that queen finish.
I had multiple people, and I'm talking more than 2 hands full, that said, I went through this. My son went through this. My grandson went through this. My wife is dealing with this court issue, and she can't get a fair trial. So again, the reason why I have the position that I have, because number one, I know what's right and what's wrong.
Okay,
and I know that it's wrong to accuse somebody of something and then try to sit up and blame them for them being unable to disprove a negative.
So what are you doing to fix the criminal justice system?
That's what society. That is the problem with society.
Okay, Christian. The problem actually that you're suffering from is an identity crisis because you are a victim to your own ideology. To be honest, you're a black maggot. Like you think in your mind that you have the privilege of the white man and you don't. In all actuality, you are guilty. You're guilty. Matter of fact, if it was somebody else, you would have thought that they were guilty too. By proxy of your own ideology. So I don't understand why all of a sudden you thinking that you can Donald Trump your way out of this. No, black man, you don't have the complexion for it. You are actually, the person that you hate the most. You are a criminal. So there's that. I don't even understand why you're sitting here every time you get a chance, you want to fucking explain that you are a fucking criminal. Regardless of how you want to spin it, you want to blame immigration. You are a criminal just like the immigrants that you hate. Criminal. You participated in criminal activities. You are a fucking criminal. You beat a white woman. Even the accusation of beating a white woman. Even the accusation of beating a white woman. Even the accusation of beating a woman.
Why don't you get your facts straight before you start talking?
For you.
Why don't you get your facts straight before you start
talking? The situation that you're in. You're a black
Why don't you get your facts straight before you start talking?
This is what happens to black maggots. You don't have
Why don't you get your facts straight?
Protections of your white counterparts. And that's just what it is. Like, I don't understand why you want to...
Why don't you get your facts straight?
What facts straight? You beat a white woman.
You said it was a white woman. It wasn't a white woman. Newsflash, it wasn't a white woman.
You want to say she was white? You want to say she was Latina? She was whiter than you, buddy.
All right, Brooklyn, you had your rant. All right, so Christian, what are you doing for the criminal justice now? What are you doing to reform the system currently?
Well, I've already done my job as far as not only training people how to rise up in politics, and there've actually been multiple people that have been appointed to high. Well, one person was appointed the vice chair of the largest Republican county in the United States just a couple months ago.
This is not a good answer, Christian. Let me reframe. I'm going to ask the question more specifically.
Finish talking.
Let me ask it differently, okay? And then you can respond, and I promise I won't cut you off. Here, I'm going to ask it differently. Since you feel like you are a victim of the criminal justice system, what specific policies and reform to the criminal justice system are you fighting for? What changes are you making?
I have a huge list of things. They can start by repealing Heck v. Humphrey. Heck v. Humphrey is an old U.S. Supreme Court case that basically says that if a person was convicted of a crime but found that their civil rights were violated, that person has to go back to the originating jurisdiction or trial court to overturn their conviction in order to redress the civil action that they need. And that is totally opposite of what the original intent or purpose was of Section 1983, which is basically the enforcement of the 14th Amendment of due process and equal protection. So the Congress needs to go back, strengthen Section 1983, which is it's also known as the Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871. It's a civil action against the deprivation of rights. They need to go back and strengthen Section 1983, take out the requirement to overturn convictions so that if somebody feels that their civil rights were violated, they can go into the court and not be, stopped by collateral estoppel or any other legal technicality. They can work their way through and address their claims in federal court. That should absolutely 100% be a priority for Republicans because the Republican Party wrote that original piece of legislation. But even the other folks in the left, they should be advocating for it as well. So that should be number one. The second would be repealing the Violent Crime Control Act, that 1994 Clinton crime bill that incentivizes states, gives them money in exchange for state prisoners. So in other words, if a state maintains a certain rate of state prisoners, they get a portion of $9.7 billion in funding. It's the truth in sentencing provision of the 1994 Clinton crime bill. That needs to be repealed, as well as a whole 94 crime bill. The 86 crack laws, that RICO Act, how a prosecutor's office can just walk into a court and make up and say that something is a RICO or this is racketeering because we think it's racketeering. And I don't even have to go into examples of that. We've seen that multiple times.
Chris,
you could also one more thing. You could also say that Congress, because Congress has oversight over the other two branches, Congress should be investigating all of these prosecutor offices that are violating their oaths, and I've heard prosecutors literally say, well, it's my job to obtain convictions. No, it isn't. It is not the prosecutor's job to obtain a conviction. A prosecutor is supposed to be administering justice equitably, fairly, reasonably. It's supposed to be the reasonable standard.
So Christian, I'm just going to give an opinion real quick. So, I was just trying to give you a fair shot, and honestly, you kind of let me down, because you're talking about things that you think should change, and if most people I know who really feel like the system failed them to this degree, they would be doing this stuff themselves. They would be doing the work every day. It would consume their lives. Like, if you take someone like, I know not everyone loves him, but if you take someone like David Hogg, right? After what happened to him, fought his whole life trying to do gun reform, right? And so I expected you to tell me who we're doing every day instead of just naming some policies that you think should shift.
Well, again, everybody doesn't go along creating 501c3s for no reason, just because they want to have some organization that they can collect money for a cause that they say that they're doing. But like I said, if I ever get and I've said this many times, if I ever get the opportunity to influence someone inside the government to make a decision, one of those things that I just laid out, I'm going to press them hard to get it done. And that's the whole reason why even the GOP expelled me out of the party, because they know that I'm about that action. I don't just sit around sitting on my hands doing nothing. I get things moving, but that's why they didn't want me there. They wanted a
I'm not buying it, bro. I'm not buying it. They wanted an LGBT. Christian, I'm gonna tell you why I'm not buying it. One second.
They wanted an LGBTQ Republican who could be the face of their party. They wanted a guy who would be beholden to the establishment. That's what they wanted. That's why they didn't want me in.
Fuck is an LGBTQ Republican? You're so crazy how conveniently all of these things are against you, your own party. The people that you fight for every day is against you because they wanted you to be the LGBTQ black representative of the party. Get the fuck out of here.
Did you not know the GOP is full of rhinos? Are you not aware of that?
Bye. It don't seem like it. God damn it. But
again, have you been to a GOP meeting?
Your state
have you been to a GOP meeting?
So please,
Brooklyn, have you been to a GOP meeting? Have you been to a GOP meeting?
Listen, I don't give a
I'm asking you a question.
Hey, Brooklyn. Hold on. I want to tell Brooklyn something. Hey, Brooklyn. Hey, hold on, Christian. Hold on a second. Just a second. So, Brooklyn, this guy's so bad, I'm not even going to try to intervene
Brooklyn, have you been to
because
a
he
GOP
full of
meeting?
shit. The fact that you just put
Brooklyn, have you been to a GOP meeting before?
All of the niggas in the world to be LGBT
I'll take that as a no. I'll take that as a no.
The party is the bullshit that we want to hear.
So for those
What
of
about
you in the
MAGA? Why is
audience,
MAGA not saving your black
for
ass?
those of you in the audience, the GOP is full of rhinos.
Why has MAGA
Even
not
at the
welcomed you with
county
open arms?
level,
Name them.
even at the
Name them, Christian. Name them,
of
Christian.
rhinos.
Name them, Christian.
Please.
Name them. Don't just say that they exist. Name them.
There's thousands of members.
Name them.
Name
one. Name one.
What do you mean, name one? You're not gonna know anybody I name. Why would you know anybody that I name at the county level inside a GOP committee? That doesn't make sense.
Okay, so quick question.
It's not assumptions.
Quick question, Christian. Hold on. Okay, so all of that being said, if the GOP left you down bad, they don't want you no more, why hasn't MAGA welcomed you with open arms?
What are you talking about? MAGA is not a party. MAGA is MAGA
There are MAGA Republicans, right? You said that
MAGA is not a registered political party for political action committee. It's not.
That's fine. You're not answering my question. You said that most of the GOP is rhinos. Why aren't the non-rhinos welcoming you, your black ass, in with open arms then? Why not?
Because the Trump voters. Can I answer your question?
You can't even answer.
Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet?
It's pretty good.
My goodness.
Why are you so mad at
the Trump voter base is not a actual party within itself. Almost 99% of us, or maybe a little bit less than that, are registered Republicans. So when we don't have a party outside of the GOP, it means that we don't really have a platform where we can say, okay, this person is MAGA, keep those rhinos over there inside the GOP.
Are there any other MAGA
that's the reality of
politicians that have
Oh
supported
my God, you're so
You didn't even answer Brooklyn's question, Christian. Answer Brooklyn's question.
The creator of the Tea Party move, the founder of the Tea Party movement, actually endorsed everything I did. So I mean,
and now it's not the same.
Pastor Darryl Scott had me on the show talking about what we're talking about right now: rhinos, MAGA, the GOP.
Name a non-rhino that supports you.
A non-rhino that supports me, like as in.
That's what Brooklyn just asked you. Name a non-rhino that supports you.
Be more specific about what you mean by non-rhino.
You're the one who's saying that what a rhino is. So someone who's not a rhino. Who's not a rhino?
God is not a rhino.
That's a politician.
I'm not gay no more.
So who do you want me to mention? Who do you want me to mention then? You want me to mention a person you don't know?
Listen. Politicians that we can look up, motherfucker, that'll vouch for you. Name one.
That's not a politician?
That is a politician.
Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake endorsed
right now, right this second, in 2025.
In 2025.
Does she support you now? Is she welcoming you with open arms? Does she say, Christian, run again?
I have Carrie Lake's mobile number. I can call her whenever I want.
You should definitely call her right now so she can come on here and defend you. She'd do a better job.
I mean, you all.
She wouldn't defend her. Stop being
wrong.
She's a MAGA. She's not a rhino. She's not a rhino. She's a MAGA.
That's the point, Rez. She's
exactly, Brooklyn. All right, I'm agreeing with you. I got you, baby. I'm agreeing with you. Wholeheartedly, Brooklyn. I'm 100% agreeing
black women that are.
You are nuts. You are nuts, sir.
Hey, Rez, can you go old school Rez on him, please?
I got got you, babes, because what we not going to do, Brooklyn actually made a point, and she's 100% correct. You don't have no backing on this bullshit. You on some straight, stupid trash. Because to bring up Carrie Lake, which this motherfucker is full fucking MAGA, is nuts. I don't give a shit whether or not MAGA is goddamn a party or not. We are very clear that MAGA runs the fucking Republican Party right now. Let's be clear. Yes, the fuck it does. Listen to me. Stop the bullshit. Stop the delusion. Stop the motherfucking delusion. You are a delusional motherfucker. You are a delusional motherfucker. You are delusional. CEO, is that old school enough for you?
Yes, thank you. You can reverse it now.
You are a delusional motherfucker. You are a delusional motherfucker. Hello? You MAGA runs your party. You are a MAGA. You don't even know what you're talking about. It. You are a delusional motherfucker and MAGA, and you are a MAGA dick sucker. Stop the bullshit. You guys are MAGA dick suckers, and MAGA don't give a fuck about none of y'all. And in a few years, all you motherfuckers are going to be groveling because MAGA don't give a fuck about you. They didn't give a fuck about Diamond and Silk because where the fuck are they? They don't give a fuck about none of you black MAGAs. They have gone to the side. The only black fucking MAGA that they gave a fuck that's left in the cabinet currently is the motherfucker that runs HUD, because guess what? They only think that urban...
The government is not political.
The only motherfucker that stayed that's black in the cabinet is because they believe HUD equals, excuse me, they only believe that HUD equals black because of the word urban, dummy, because you motherfuckers are too stupid to realize that they don't give a fuck about you black motherfuckers. Tim Scott didn't get a position. Byron Donalds didn't get a position. You black MAGAs are fucking people. They don't give a fuck about you. They will pull your mother ass back to the White House again. They're gonna pull your ass back when they need you because they love to put you up there for talking points, and they love to pull your ass back up there for MLK Day. And you motherfuckers will go back and step and fetch from NASA when it's necessary. CEO, did I do what you wanted me to do? I'm done speaking.
Another black woman.
A very educated ass black woman at that. Hello, thank you.
Thank you for your service, Chris. Thank you.
Well, you clearly got a problem with all women because you don't deal with black women, and yet you got a DV case from a woman. So what the fuck is your point in saying that?
My point is that black women always jump trying to explain.
Which white women do you got a DV case with?
It's always a black woman.
So it's a white woman that gets you locked up.
No, he wanted those.
Always a black woman. They always pick a black woman.
That's fine, Christian, but guess what?
But it wasn't a black woman that got you the charges.
Who's the most likely to get you?
It was a black officer. It was a black police officer.
Who's the most likely to get you locked up?
A female black police officer, by the way.
Well, if you stop hitting women,
you can't make this up. You can't make this up.
Wait. So the black female officer accused you of the crime? Is that what you're saying? She's the one that falsely. The victim of the crime.
Listen
to this. It was the white woman that accused you of. It was the white woman that. No, Christian, you need to be fucking honest because I read your case. You are a piece of shit.
See what I'm talking about?
It's the black woman that locked you up because the white is the one that fucking accused you of beating her ass. You delusional bastard.
You need
to stop fucking lying. You are a lying piece of shit. The white woman is the one said you beat her ass, and the she's the one said you beat her ass.
Black woman. Black woman.
Be mad at the white woman that you beat.
Black woman. Go
be mad at the white woman that you beat ass. Be mad at her. You are a nasty piece of work. You are a nasty piece of work. You are a nasty piece of work.
Dude, you get worse and
You know
worse.
what? Like, what are you talking about?
What's wrong with you, man?
You saying black women like it's a motherfucking insult, bitch. Everybody want to be us.
Listen to how every black woman is talking to me on the stage.
Be mad because a black police officer arrested him for beating a white woman's ass. Make that make motherfucking sense. It was a white woman's ass that he beat them. But he beat them. Here's how delusional this bitch ass man beat the white woman's ass. Be mad at the black officer. You are, but you're supposed to law and order motherfucker. But you mad at the black officer.
If you could please save it until we are done with the quiz.
The black female police officer didn't even write the correct side of the face on the report, and she got on the
She
stand.
had a fucking bruise on her face.
No. It was a made-up story. That's why she wrote down the wrong side of the face. She wrote down the wrong side of the face. Can you believe that?
So which side of the face did you hit?
Can you believe that? But again, you can't make this up. You can't make it up, bro. You can't make it up.
A white woman.
Let him give a nigga enough hope and he'll hang himself.
He beat a white woman. Let's be focused on
Wasn't
that.
it Lisa Cass? Wasn't
He
it
wants
Cass
to be worried about who arrested him. He's not worried about who he beat because he beat a white woman.
I'm worried about which side was the correct side that he hit.
He's not worried about the fact that he beat a white woman.
So again, I was still explaining it back, but
as black power, I don't agree with interracial dating. But I don't agree that no woman should be hit.
Period.
And you said
nobody hit her. She hit herself. She hit herself.
Man, stop.
The other part of this.
She hit herself with your hand.
The other part of this is.
So she hit herself with your hand.
It was a pen. It was a pen.
Golly, man.
I just want to know if it was cast iron or not. Was it cast iron?
So the other part of this is when I questioned the black female police. Can you be quiet? When I questioned the black female police officer.
Can you be fucking quiet? Because you're trying to blame a black woman for your transgression.
No, this is true.
The white woman accused you want to blame the black police officer for doing her job.
Stop talking about
Notice how they don't want to hear the other side of the story. And again,
let's just talk about the fact that you are a despicable human being. Period. You are a despicable human being, Christian. You are a despicable human being. That's the problem.
So, Christian, have you ever considered maybe actually doing the work? You know, showing that you have a commitment to keeping people safe. Christian, hold on. Let's just say this. So, have you thought of doing the work in terms of showing your commitment to being against domestic violence and showing that you're willing to fix the criminal justice system? Your response was lame. You said, I'm not going to start a nonprofit and take a bunch of money. You don't have to start a nonprofit. You can help existing people doing the work. So why haven't you spent time being deeply committed? If you felt like it was wrong, why don't you change things? Why don't you help other people? Why aren't you doing that?
No, he can't. He don't want to take the money.
And
I'm telling y'all, another thing. Here's advice.
My question was for Christian.
Here's advice for all the women in the world.
My question was for Christian. Juggernaut, you got 5, 4, 3,
But see, you can see how bad his teeth is. You can see his.
Okay, Christian, go ahead.
Christian, you don't need to talk. We heard enough. Tired of hearing.
Is he gone?
All right, cool. He's gone. All right, cool.
Imagine blaming a police officer who's trying to do her job because you committed domestic violence. I don't care what color this woman is. You punched this woman in her face. I don't care what side of her face you punched her on, but you literally,
It was a pen. He used a pen. It was a fucking pen. It don't matter. So what? Like,
exactly. That's my point. And he punched this woman in her face, and I don't care what he did, but he committed domestic violence against this woman, and he has now gone with this narrative that the police officer is now to blame for all this, and this is a new story that he has spun, that this black woman was to blame for him committing domestic violence against this woman. It is absolutely repulsive. That's the problem that I have with this entire situation. And he continues to understand all these stages, and because it's the black officer's fault as a law enforcement officer. It's disgusting and repulsive. Sorry.
Rez, I don't want to take away from your point. I just want to remind you, protect your energy, protect your chakras.
The fact that this person was like, no, they got the side of the face wrong. I mean, this is not my house. I'm a guest. But I continue to question what is the validity of having known domestic abusers on the stage? Because for me, anything he says is mute. This man, or excuse me, sorry to insult other men out there, this male wants to blame what the quote feminist justice system wants to blame anyone else. There is zero remorse. There is zero there is zero admittance of, hey, you know what? I fucked up and I'm trying to do better. To CEO's point, you don't have to do a fucking 501. Like, even if he truly is innocent, I would assume that would make any reasonable, sensible male to say, hey, you know what? Let me see what I can do in my spare time to help out those victims of domestic abuse. Not are, but being a decent human being. And I rarely speak, but this shit, I continue to question why have this person who is a known domestic abuser of a woman. Yeah, I really don't care if it's a black woman, Latino, of a woman. And sitting up here grandstanding constantly, where's our moral fiber? Where's our moral compass? Like that.
I'm glad
allowing
you asked
this
that
person
question, Brian. So check this out. Go on mute. I'm glad you asked that question. First of all, it was a conversation between Your Honor and freaking him. Number one. Number two, you bring up abuse of women. And you fucking men come up here and verbally abuse the women that be on this fucking stage, and we let you fucking come up here any fucking way to have the conversation. So before you question what the fuck was going on, maybe you should have been here from the beginning. How about that?
I did listen.
Okay,
Patty, I did.
Wait, what? No, you're not going to talk to me. Your Honor asked him a simple question. That was it. He came on stage to answer him. You want to run a room, go open your own. All the fucking abuse that some of these women have gotten in here from other people on the stage. And you guys have the fucking nerve to talk of the verbal abuse, especially ladies. Ain't nobody came up here to fucking take up for her. Except for me. Now say something about that. And it happens
I'll say about Christian Lamar is I like when people who are pieces of shit get what's coming to them, and he absolutely has. Like he got convicted for his bullshit. He got kicked out of the GOP, or his local GOP, for being a piece of shit. And I just think it's, in the spirit of, caring about humanity, I hope he figures his shit out at some point. But until then, like, I'm glad he's getting what's coming to him. It's good.
I came for you, Brian, because you was in my back channels being a messy bottom man too. That's why. You part of the problem. These female moms be up here and you fucking messy too. And you an old ass man, got no business in women business. That's why you. Now, Your Honor wanted to have that conversation with him. He can have that conversation with him. He was confronting him about being a fucking problem. What's the problem with that? Now I'm confronting you about being a problem. How about that? I ain't gonna drop you. Come back on stage. You want to talk about it? Okay.
Well, Your Honor, this is your fault. Don't ask that question again.
For the record, I did not bring that man on stage and had no intention to do it. So I'll take responsibility for calling him out, but I'm not going to take responsibility for putting him on stage. I've had this conversation with him a couple of times. I'm over it. I mean, it was interesting this time that he didn't say that he was.
Confronting a man that's a piece of shit.
Yeah, I was
nothing wrong with it.
There's two people on this app who, every time I see him, they're going to get this. It's him, and it's that creep, what's his name, Jay, who's in health or whatever, who is convicted of human trafficking. I'm not sure if that was the exact crime, but he definitely got a conviction for human trafficking in the vernacular. So those two people will always get shit from me, forever. Yeah, Ari knows the story. It's an ugly, ugly story. That one's even worse than Christian.
They be the same ones that be defending Trump. You know what I'm saying, Aram? Like, they be defending all this stuff. They be in proximity to all these pedophiles and all these sex traffickers and all these disgusting, low-life, despicable domestic violence men. They all be in proximity to each other. And I just appreciate you, Aram. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Appreciate you guys.
Well, my work is done here. All the insufferable MAGA are gone. We'll leave Omari up here because he's not as terrible.
I love you, Scotty. I miss you.
Thanks for this. I got my yayas out, so I'm good. You all hold down the fort.
So Trent actually did share some news. They went after Swallow.
Oh yeah, I said that.
So now, oh, you did? Okay. Yeah, for anyone who didn't see, basically they're trying to get him on mortgage fraud also, which is apparently their favorite trumped up charge.
Is that the new thing? Now everybody on mortgage fraud, like you get a mortgage fraud and you get a mortgage fraud. Like, is that the new thing now?
First lady, did you guys ever talk about Raphael Bostic? Let's talk about that.
Who?
Raphael Bostic.
Who's been busted?
The chair of the Reserve in Atlanta, regional in Atlanta, is retiring in February. You guys talk about that?
No, what happened?
He announced that he's the first black, I don't know, president, chair, whatever you want to call it, of any regional Federal Reserve Bank. He's the first black one, and he's openly gay. He's retiring February 2026. In addition to there could be a flip in the seats because they actually get reappointed. I think it's the Board of Governors. I think it is. I could be wrong, but I think it is. They get reappointed March 2026, and Trump's big dream of controlling the Federal Reserve could come to fruition because they all have to be, I don't know, what is it? Confirmed. That's the word I'm looking for. So if, depending on how the midterms turns out, if Dems don't really win, or they can't put up a fight for that, Trump could have could have a lot of those regional banks in his pocket because it could be, the Fed could lose its independence from political influence because he would most definitely put people in there that are loyal to him, as he has done every other position. So I find that interesting. He doesn't directly appoint them, but they have to be confirmed by Congress.
Right.
Yeah, you get my point. What I'm saying.
No, I didn't hear that story. I did hear somebody that used to work for Gavin Newsom, the chief or something. She got arrested. Well, she got indicted. Rez?
I do not.
Yeah, she used to work for him. She don't work for him, but something about embezzlement, company stuff. Let me look it up. I'm trying to get out of here. Got things to do today.
Yeah, it's Thursday, but I feel like I quit job 3 times today.
Oh my word! Don't say that. Not in this. Your Honor, you should be the one that's talking. You got us in this mess. Where you at? Oh, and now he done left. Ain't that about nothing?
You know, that's what they do, First Lady. They start a whole fire, burn down half the house, and then leave.
Ain't that about nothing? Who's this calling me? Oh. Hold on.
Hey, are we launching a rocket to... Are they launching a rocket to Mars? Did y'all see something? Okay. I don't know. Did y'all see that?
I heard we was going back to the moon. I didn't hear about the Mars thing.
Yeah, I know I was looking for something. I know First Lady is like, it's quiet now, but on my YouTube TV, you can kind of see live TV. And it says now, rocket launch of probes to orbit Mars.
Did we already launch it?
Yeah, I think they're gonna do orbs, so probably it's not any human, but they're probably just gonna. Hold on, let me press play and see. Let me go on me right quick. Yeah, I'll wait till First Lady. So I guess it came back. I'll wait till First Lady comes back. Eddie, you there? You're back. She might be busy too.
I'm back. What's going on?
No, I was just wait till First Lady got the phone, but just wanted to play this returning back from Mars thing. So if that's okay with you.
What are we talking about? I don't know what y'all talking about. I'm kind of busy.
Oh, no. I was saying if I could play this clip of the SpaceX flight coming back from the orbiting from Mars. It's,
yes. I don't even know what the conversation or the topic is. I guess it's got to do with the topic.
I don't know what it's. Nah, that's not the topic, so.
Okay. Well, maybe you need to explain to them what it is and why you want to play it.
Oh no, I just saw it. I mean, it sounded pretty. You know how like the SpaceX when things come back and it lands and they get all excited and shit like that. I just want to play like a few seconds of that. Okay. Give me a second. Let me just go back and rewind it a little bit. Okay. Let me set it up in the audio. Okay.
Is when we see Never Tell Me the Odds return to Earth. You see him kind of in horizontal position. We've got the strakes on the base of the booster, which give it lift. So we basically fly this booster. Of course, we're using the forward fins as well, plus some of our reaction control system to, as well as the giggling on the feeding forward engines to turn the rocket accordingly. Here it starts to tilt down. Minutes ago, less than 40,000 feet.
That was the Omar. That was Blue Origin, right? That's the Blue Origin rocket that landed, not SpaceX.
Yeah, Blue. Yeah, you're right. That's the Blue. Yeah, there you go. Sorry about that. I said that wrong. Thank you for that, Trent.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. So it says here it just I guess it was it returned back?
Yeah, they're the second. Basically, the second company behind SpaceX to have a launch return to the pad. It landed in the middle of the ocean. So there we go.
Yeah, at first, and I was looking at the banner, it made it seem like it was a rocket space that was going to Mars, but it was actually returning. So it had the wrong kind of details on there. So
It sent satellites that are going to monitor weather on Mars, and then it returned back to base or returned back to the launch pad upright. So that's the thing that's amazing is that the rocket returned and it is reusable. So they're talking about going to Mars. We would need reusable rockets in order to return. In order to get to Mars, we'd have to be able to use the rockets over and over. That's what's going on.
Who runs this other company?
Jeff Bezos. And
okay.
Roger, I'm in the chat. I'm not an expert, but I live like half hour, 45 minutes from SpaceX, and some of my neighbors are SpaceX engineers, so they explain the shit to me. I think it's interesting. They tell me we're still like 10 years from getting to Mars, at least, if not 15. But it is interesting.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting. Yeah, it always trips me out how excited those that people get when it lands. They get amped. I would love to just have lunch with one of those people.
That's the same group that Gail and Bezos' wife went on, all the women.
The women went on the Blue Origin,
yeah. Yeah, okay.
I guess that's the government hoping y'all don't want to fight today. Y'all ain't fighting.
Oh, you just late. You just about probably 15 minutes behind. You missed it.
Oh, it was fighting. It was fighting.
I tried, but I couldn't get a word in edgewise when Chris was in here.
Fight Club was over about 20 minutes ago.
That's okay.
But we don't talk about Fight Club.
You're right, Jay.
Don't talk about Bruno.
Y'all gonna be talking in a minute. There is movement in Southcom. Doesn't mean some of the experts, again, these are rumors, these are Twitter people. Y'all need there's movement of
I always believe you, Trent.
Hey, you ain't gotta believe me.
I said I always believe you, Trent. What part of it don't you understand?
You need to go back to the other PTR. The other PTR,
No, I don't. I need to keep it right.
That other PTR was doing it. That was the weekend PTR. But what they're saying
Focus.
okay.
It's still there though. Just gotta swipe.
Okay. I swiped it up. There's movement in Southcom. The Gerald Ford has basically arrived. It's not entering the Caribbean Sea for some reason, but there's movement to and from the base. I'm not exactly sure what the base is. I think it's in Antigua, and the craft are moving. So, but this could make sense from a political standpoint. If you want talk about certain things to go away, nothing like dropping a bomb to make people look over there. So I'm not going to be that cynical with it because they were already going to do something in Venezuela, but they're saying this is looking like days, not weeks before something happens.
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett is live on CNN right now. If y'all.
So I missed half of what you were saying, Trent. But was you saying something happens as in America attacking Venezuela again?
Yeah, it looks like we're in position to attack within days, not weeks. That's what's being said.
I think if that happens, it's on. Because China gonna go at Taiwan. I feel like they gonna feel justified if we do that.
If Patty's back. So Trent, what is your thing?
You want to play the Jasmine, or you don't have it?
I might have it, but I just want to ask Trent a question. Trent, what's your thoughts on the Epstein thing?
I don't think it will move. I don't think it will move the base of people who support Trump in any substantial way until you have release of either video or audio. And it would need to be, because of AI, it would need to be pretty damn indiscernible or undisputable, I should say. But I will say there is a death by 1,000 paper cuts, and the fact that the biggest one for me is Bober. The fact that Bober didn't remove her name from the petition to release these files, nor did Marjorie Taylor Greene, or I think Nancy Mace is still on. If those 3 or 4 remain in this department, it's showing a weakening of Trump's power over the Republican Party. Part of that's being a lame duck, but part of that could be just a realization of what they may know. And so the key number I'm looking at, Trump's poll numbers in aggregate right now, if once you start to see that get below 37, that's one sign.
Is he going in and out for anybody else? Bro. Is that, I just need to know that. Nah, man, I'm not trying to be rude.
No, he's going in and out.
It's time to get a new phone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll wrap it up. The key number is Trump's aggregate approval number is 41.4%. Once in aggregate means all the polls and all the polls together. So the Rasmussen, which many of y'all hate, and then like the CNN YouGov, which many of the other side dislike. Once you get an aggregate though of those polls together, and they start to show under a 32% rate, that's where you're in very, very serious danger for the Republican Party. 37% is your first sign of a problem, but 32% aggregate polling is when you're in very, very serious trouble. So the next big polling will be right after the new year in January. And if you start to see poll numbers that are which I think you will because of this partially, and the shutdown and everything, right? Because that's not all in these numbers. But once you start to see the January polls, if they're in the high 30s, like the 37, 38 range, you're going to see more and more Republicans start to move away from Trump because they're going to be afraid of keeping their own seats. And the biggest number, and I'll land. The biggest number, so 32% is your first impeachment territory. Just for so you know, impeachment territory is around 27%. So once you get into a president that's in a 27% or below an approval, that's when it's realistic that a president can be impeached.
All right, First Lady, it seems like they want to hear the Jasmine Crockett permission to play. Divine, anybody?
Yeah.
All right.
Play that. What was she talking about?
I think she's talking about Epstein.
Yeah.
Congressman, thanks very much for being here.
Absolutely.
At this point, does the House Oversight Committee have, to your knowledge, more documents to put out? Do you know more about what these documents may say about President Trump or other powerful politicians that the public does not know yet?
Yeah, there's still more that committee staff is going through and determining what needs to be redacted before the release. And then we always consult with leadership on the Republican side as well before any drops are made public. And I fully anticipate that we will receive more, at least from the estate of Epstein. It does not seem like the Department of Justice has really been inclined to actually participate, which is one reason that we're talking about this discharge petition and talking about this vote. It's because we need something with a little bit more fire behind it to hopefully get the Department of Justice to finally start to cooperate.
Why is it that Epstein's estate, the Todd Blanche, the president's deputy attorney general now, he wrote this morning that when he went to interview Ghislaine Maxwell, quite a moment, that law enforcement didn't have the materials that Epstein's estate hid for years and only just provided to Congress. Why is he saying this now, and why is the estate talking to Congress if not to the...
Have you ever heard of SWAT? That's exactly what we've got going on. And it was interesting because you made a Freudian slip. You said the president's attorney. You're right. That's who he is.
Former personal attorney.
That's who he is, though. Like, I'm sticking with it. I get what you got to say. But at the end of the day, that's what he's been trying to do. He's been trying to do Trump's bidding. He has not been acting like anyone's attorney general. And we know that when it comes down to whether you're the deputy or whether you are, say, Pam Bondi, the actual AG, you are supposed to be the people's attorney. But she has decided that she wants to neglect the people and do whatever it is that Trump wants her to do, along with Todd Blanche. So here it is. He's like, well, I didn't have all the information. Well, sir, did you try to get the rest of the information? Do we know for sure that the Department of Justice didn't have this information? And if they didn't have this information, do we know whether or not they actually deleted this information? Do we know that there was a thorough investigation? Do we know whether or not the investigation had concluded? These are all questions that we need answers to, but we can't get them when you're not cooperating. So we don't know what the DOJ has, nor what it is that the DOJ potentially was trying to do. Considering that the president right now is trying to obstruct on some very basics of let's just get a subpoena that says release all the information, I wouldn't be surprised, just like he obstructed the prosecution of one of his henchmen who took $50,000 in taxpayer dollars from undercover officers. I wouldn't be surprised if he sent a message and said, stop investigating. We're done with this. Epstein's dead. I don't want to hear anything else about it.
Do you have any evidence of that claim?
I have no idea. No, that's the whole point. I have no information. And that's why we need these files to be released, because we are looking for transparency, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent. Listen, if people decide that they want to continue to support a person who may be a pedophile himself, or a person who obviously is covering for pedophiles, that's on them. But they should know at least the devil that they have decided to pick.
We saw at the top of the show a number of, at the time, Donald Trump surrogates and supporters, including his son and his vice presidential nominee, say that the Epstein files should be released. Obviously, there was a Democrat who was president at the time, Joe Biden. Why were Democrats not louder at that time about this release?
So a couple of things. Number one, you had pending litigation. So we're not the ones that went out making some campaign promises. In fact, the vast majority of Democrats had been campaigning on things such as affordability. I know that Kamala Harris had an actual plan so that people wouldn't necessarily be stuck in a mortgage for 50 years, but instead she wanted to make sure that they could have $25,000 down payment so that they can move into homes and make life overall more affordable. So we were focused on the bread and butter issues. This was a campaign issue of his. But while there was pending litigation, if you look at when Maxwell was finally convicted, and honestly, she just finished probably one of her last appeals here recently, you are not usually in the middle of an active case and then you say, oh yes, we're going to release everything. That's not how that goes. So she was prosecuted under the Biden-Harris administration. So no, this was not something to do at that point in time. At this point in time, it's clear that they are not interested in going forward with any additional prosecutions, in addition to the fact that the survivors have come forward. They are begging Congress to do this. This is not something that the survivors were necessarily doing at that time. They were still believing in the system and hoping that it would work.
What's your sense? The survivors obviously have been on Capitol Hill, and of course, many of them endured just horrific things. They have said it should not be on them to provide a list of the people that they encountered. Do you, in the course of your work on the committee and perhaps discussions with them, have any understanding or thinking that they may change their position on that we may see a list from them?
I don't think so. Let me tell you something. There's been recent reporting where MAGA seems to be upset because I have to pay for security. I'm actually upset that I have to pay for security as well. The threats that come with being on the other side of this president are significant and serious. And so when you have a list of women and they are the ones that are making these claims, for anybody that doesn't want to believe the truth, then they will start to go after them. They will start to threaten their families. It would be better if we had the contemporaneous reports from law enforcement where they called in at those moments and gave the reports of what was happening. It's kind of like the birthday letter that he wants to pretend is a hoax. That was a contemporaneous writing at that time. This was not produced in real time, and they don't want it to be seen as partisan or political. They just want people to believe in the facts. And so if it is that they reported this, maybe even before he was president, then maybe people will actually believe it versus the hate that they get thrown at them in this moment. So no, I don't think that they'll do it. I think it's the smartest thing that they can do for safety. It is sad that we have survivors that feel like they can't be safe from an American president and his cronies, but that's where we are.
While you're here, I also want to ask you about some of the other political stories that have been unfolding on the Hill. Obviously, the longest government shutdown in history recently ended. There has been a lot of criticism of the Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer from fellow members of yours in the House of Representatives from the progressive base. Chuck Schumer has defended himself in part by saying over the months that he knows how to win elections. Do you think that Chuck Schumer still knows how to win elections?
I know nothing about his strategies on winning elections. That is for sure.
You're thinking about running for Senate yourself.
I am absolutely thinking about running for Senate, and I'm hoping to have an answer within my inner circle, probably within the next week and a half or so. But I will tell you this. I will tell you that I completely understand those that are disappointed. I will tell you that on November 4th, we won in places that we weren't supposed to win in, whether we're looking at Georgia or whether we're looking at Mississippi or whether we're looking at different parts of Virginia, where now we're going to end up having a supermajority in the House or in the Commonwealth in the House. I will tell you this. I will tell you that ultimately the decision about who is best to lead the Senate comes from the Senate. It's only the senators that get to make that decision. They are the ones with information that we don't have. I don't know if there's someone that can fundraise stronger than Chuck Schumer. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know what all Chuck does when it comes to making sure that we have the best chances with the Senate map that we're given in any given election cycle. And I trust our senators in the Senate to decide on who is best to lead them.
I'll be honest, this makes it sound to me like you are planning on running for Senate.
I can tell you for sure, I have not made a decision. I will also tell you that we have a poll that is currently in the field. It went into the field on yesterday. I am waiting on those results. It's the first and only poll that I've put out to be able to kind of understand where I really am. I don't want to rely just solely on third-party polls.
So you're polling yourself to try to make a decision about what you should do.
I am. I'm polling to determine whether or not I can expand the electorate, and I believe that I can. But if I can't, I can tell you for sure, 100%, that I will not run.
Fair enough. And it sounds to me like perhaps you've answered this question already, but have you thought about, would you support Chuck Schumer if you were a senator to be the leader?
I haven't, but I will tell you that if there are other people that are interested, because I don't know who wants these jobs sometimes, if there are other people that are interested in running for that post, I absolutely would plan to hear everyone out, as I've not worked as closely with the Senate. You know, most people don't realize that House Democrats and Senate Democrats, we don't even get together as like caucuses. We literally, whatever senators you have a relationship with or you interact with, it's because you work with them kind of one-on-one. And I can tell you that I've never had any piece of legislation that I've had to work one-on-one with Schumer on. I can tell you that I've worked with Senator Cornyn, who is up for re-election, a number of times on a number of pieces of legislation. He's actually not been the worst Republican that you can, the Senate, to be perfectly honest.
Have you talked to Schumer about the possibility of your running for Senate?
I have not.
You have not.
I have not.
And what do you think about your colleague, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, potentially running against him? Good idea, bad idea?
I think that that's up to the people of New York. I think, there is this feeling within our base, we need to have younger people. I will tell you that I don't necessarily just subscribe to ageism. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, because even when you look at the votes and you look at the 6 Democrats that actually broke ranks yesterday out of the House, I can tell you that they weren't all elderly. There were a number of very young people. Definitely one of the members is younger than me. So I think that it is about who is willing to fight in this moment and what does that fight look like. So I think New York will have to decide, if Alex does decide to run, who is built for this moment. And I really want to urge all Americans that were disappointed with the 8 Senate Democrats to not get disappointed or disenchanted with the party as a whole. But when you go out, don't just vote for a Democrat. Vote for a Democrat that is ready for the fight that we're in at this moment. One that is looking for accountability with this rogue administration.
All right, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, thanks very much for spending.
All right. Well, you heard it. What Jasmine had to say.
I don't get it. So if she running for Senate, governor, I mean, what is it?
There's no chance of Senate here.
No chance of her getting the Senate?
No, not in Texas. No.
Did she say she was going to run for the governor, or she didn't say that?
Just Senate.
No, just Senate.
Just Senate. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
she's thinking about Senate.
Yeah, she said she's running a poll first before she makes a decision.
Yeah, I heard that part.
Which is one.
Yeah, she sound polished. I mean, she sound like she's ready to take on, the media, and she's kind of shifted. So.
What about this violence? Who has to get security details?
She has to get security details, and a lot of senators, a lot of people, Democrats, get security details. Because remember, if y'all remember, what was it, 6 or 8 months back, there was a mistake about they were taking away Biden's security detail, Obama's, blah, 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 blah. But because of all of the vitriol, and especially what happened to, what was it, Nancy Pelosi's husband? Am I right? I don't know. Remember. But somebody's husband, I think it had to get their own security detail, and they have to pay for that. Because it's dangerous out here. It's dangerous out in these streets. It's dangerous. So they have to pay for their own security detail. These people with attacks and bombs and I mean, y'all remember what happened to Gretchen? She had 8 dudes plotting to kidnap her.
Yeah.
Trump Michigan was planning to kidnap her.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, y'all, they were wild out.
Yes.
They gotta do. That wasn't the FBI. That was just people from Stop It, Monica.
You didn't check? Oh, Gia, you checked. You know I'm
Jesus, come on, man. Can we just not for like an hour? Can we just not do that?
What, provide facts and evidence?
No, just not be assholes and just have a decent, normal, genuine conversation. Some people planned to kidnap her. You don't know jack shit about who it was.
There's an update on it.
You don't know. Stop.
I know a little.
Because they got some there talking about evidence. When we've been talking about evidence for the last 24 hours, and they still cannot come to terms with it.
Oh, that right there, she said. I didn't know she needed security. That was kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's been having bomb threats and threats to her family, all of that kind of stuff for a minute. I mean, she's been having threats since Blonde, Bad built. What I can't say it. Y'all know it.
You know what I'm talking about?
All the B words. I don't know. I can't say it. No.
Does anyone believe that politics will go back to normal after year 2029?
Absolutely not. Omar, it's done for. It'll never be. We'll never go back to the days of the civil discourse between Tip O'Neill and I see his face. I can't think of his face right now, but we'll never go back to those. It's done for at this point.
The shit was never all that damn civil.
I don't know, man. I'm older than you, bro. Real talk.
Yeah, I know you're older than me, but
I'm older than you,
bro. I know you're older than me. Yes, I recognize that they used to die. They still do. There are still pockets that still do talk, and I think that we'll see some level of moderation, but because of social media, I don't think it's possible. It doesn't play well for the algorithms for you guys to, even though you're saying the same shit, even though the right and the left are complaining about the same things, I don't see that it doesn't make any money for you guys to have any sort of stability amongst each other.
And I agree with you on that, Trent. I mean, now it's a cash cow. And even back in the days when they had what was called the Johnson lean, Lyndon B. Johnson used to corner people in the halls of Congress and lean over his tall dude, tower over them until they acquiesced to his, and still, even with that, or, let's just say it, back in the days for that time, Newt Gingrich was a son of a bitch. But they still had a sense of civility. They didn't talk about each other's families, none of that stuff. They weren't on meet us saying, and your wife's ugly. They have this kind of stuff, man. I'm with you, Trent. I don't think it's going back because of social media and the 24-hour news cycle.
The supreme difference, if you want to go back to the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, they were all mostly white men.
That's a valid point. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
And so now that we have Islamic women and black women and Mexican women and Mexican men and Asians, people of all sorts of from different parts of life, it's naturally gotten much. But the biggest point, I'm on my way to a social media conference right now, and apparently Terrence Howard's going to be speaking. Terrence Howard's going to be in South Texas, which I agree with. But Neil Patel was talking yesterday, and Shadow Renaissance is down there in the chat, and Neil said, and if you don't know who Neil is, he's a huge social media influencer. He said, Twitch is probably the biggest and most underrated social platform out there. And I didn't really think, it took me a minute to get home and really think about why he said that. And he's talking about the AI interaction, because on Twitch, you can be anybody in anything, even if you've got a disability, it doesn't matter. And so we're seeing these different points of interaction coming together. I know that doesn't make sense to a lot of people on stage because they're not in Twitch, but our interaction is completely changing. The only thing that I can see that's going to bring us together is the fact that nobody can afford shit. That's the only thing that I'll see bring us all together.
As I look back and I had some time to kind of reflect, I would say I think definitely under the Trump administration, it has the drama that was always been there was not like it is today and what it was when Trump got elected. And what I mean by that is it seems that when he got the supporter side, his supporters were different sides, both sides. We'll just use both sides. The hate seemed to be ramped up a lot more. from 2016, 2015 and up. And, you know, even when Reagan was shot, it wasn't because of like his support, you know, because of the other side or supporters. You know, that was just, you had someone that was just crazy, right? But it just seems, unless somebody who was a historian, I don't see anyone up on here, but I don't know. It seems different.
I'm old enough to be a historian.
Yeah, I mean,
what we also have in this current political landscape that we have never had, at least from what I have studied, is elected officials purposely inciting violence on the opposing side. And one side does it more and louder than the other, so much so that their constituents are emboldened, because if this comes from the top, then surely I am refused of all, what's the word I'm looking for? Of all obligation of responsibility. So until we have elected officials who want bipartisanship wholeheartedly and not just to get their points passed, then this is going to be the landscape of our country.
Thomas Jefferson called John Adams hermaphroditical, with either the force or something of a man or the pleasing sensibility of a woman. And that was in 1800. We're human beings. We've always been jerks.
We've always been jerks, but did Thomas Jefferson tell his constituents to storm the Capitol?
Who told? Oh, don't start January 6th. The people don't like it when I bring them facts and information.
Yeah, so just ask you to, instead of attacking Monica, ask her a simple question. Monica, the people that you talk to, what's their biggest gripe? Is it about corporations and about that they can't afford health care? Is that their biggest problem right now?
The people I talk to are concerned about still making sure that the illegal immigrants that are here are removed, that the border maintains its secure position. Thank you, Trump. And our economy, they are concerned about the economy. And let me see what else. Education and immigration reform.
I don't like the illegal immigrants because they feel that they were taking their jobs away, right? So it's back to economic issues, basically, correct?
They are concerned that not Americans are taking American jobs. Yes.
In essence, and I know y'all don't like Monica, but I talk to people like Monica all the time. In essence, is jobs.
People like Monica. That's not insulting at all. Okay, go ahead.
Well, baby, I'm not trying to assault you, but you know, you can be a little racist and degrading sometimes.
Trent, again, not necessary, Trent. Not necessary, Trent. I didn't throw any shade. I didn't throw any punches. I didn't throw any disrespect your way. Why? Who are you talking to? You pleasing your audience by insulting me?
No, bitch. I'm not assaulting you, bro. I'm just saying. You know, and look, everybody knows I can get on the Uncle Tom or whatever it is, or sometimes there are some. What I'm saying is, I talk to people like you that have disagreements, right, with people. But at the core of what Monica is saying, and a lot of those people are saying is an affordability and jobs issue. People are talking about the same things, different ways of getting there, but they're talking about the same problem. But the money isn't in you guys having an agreement on that issue, right? It's not in solving immigration fatigue or cutting executive pay. That's not what money is. Money is in dividing you so that you donate $1.5 billion to your political parties, and we keep the system going, and you guys stay divided. That's where the money is.
Hey Lisa, how you doing?
Oh Lord, she burned out, did she?
Hey Daryl. Huh?
Firstly, I got to tell you something. I had to look at my cup just now to make sure that nobody didn't slip no liquor in it, because I swear I just heard Monica call Trent a coon, and I was like, what bizarre land am I living in right now?
No, she called him a bitch. No, she called him a bitch.
I heard her call him a bitch.
She called him a bitch.
I'm like,
That's what I heard.
I had to turn my phone upside down. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
She called him a bitch.
Yeah, GA, if you ever go to my Facebook, there are people in the automotive industry that think, some of them think I'm Malcolm X, because I don't like Trump, and and I'm both.
Malcolm X, Trent. Seriously.
Boy, they think this.
Malcolm X is strong.
You gotta remember, y'all don't know where I'm at.
Trent X.
I think that's more a reflection of the people around him than it is him.
Exactly. You have to understand what it's like in Dallas, Texas.
Not too much.
No, I'm saying.
Because Dallas is brutal. You don't even live in Dallas. You're in Dallas. You were out there in Mexico.
Don't you live somewhere like in Wait somewhere, Trent?
And he on the board. He's not even in Waco.
Miss, listen, I'm the former director of marketing for Clay Cooley Automotive Group. I've been in Dallas many times.
Really?
The only part of Dallas that's red is the SMU Highland Park University Park area, sir. I have contracts all throughout the city.
Man,
that's not true, but that is the most. That's the voting red part.
Wait, Miss Trent, don't you live at the border though? I was like almost positive you live like way down southern Texas.
I live at the border, but we have planes, and I talk to a lot of people across Texas. I'm in every major city in Texas at least once or twice a quarter. So, what I'm saying is, when you're talking to the true power brokers, right? And these are mostly older white men, and they have a difference in the way they're typically very, very conservative. Some of them are Trump supporters, and so when I get pushback on certain things, like I'm saying, they don't understand sometimes where it's coming from. Now, I've got enough credibility with them, and so that I can state an opinion, right? And so you have to be able to find common ground in business to be able to do business. That's what I'm saying. But there are people. I understand people who think like Monica. I do understand them. What has to happen is people who sit inside the aisle have to be able to have a constructive conversation with somebody like Monica without calling them a bitch or an Uncle Tom or a coon. That's where we lose our civility, and that's why nothing gets solved.
Well, Trent, I will tell you that some of my, I just have.
But nobody called her that.
Yeah, nobody called her that yet, and that's
nobody
what I was
said anything to her.
Yeah,
you weren't speaking to her, and she called you a bitch.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, I had lunch.
I called you a bitch.
I mean, I had lunch today, Trent, with somebody who has been a Republican since Reagan, Trent, and he's been my friend for years. We are on opposite side of the aisles, like completely about just about everything. He served in the Marines, I served in the Army. We've been close friends, and we have discussions about what we disagree about. Here's the difference between our conversations and the conversations on Clubhouse. We don't throw shade at each other because we both respect each other. I've been to his kids' graduations, he's been to mine. We don't throw shade at each other. We don't call each other names. We don't, I was having just a general, simple conversation. And if I would have brought up, I don't know, the thing that I just brought up a little while ago about Gretchen Whitmer, if I'm talking about that, he can respond to me and say, yeah, I remember that. They did try to kidnap her. But Monica jumps in and said, it was the FBI and the CIA with this conspiracy thing, and I got proof in that. He doesn't do shit like that. We have normal freaking conversations like two human beings, and we don't do it. We're not living, we don't breathe gotcha moments because we respect each other. And we don't do that kind of crap. So I get what you're saying, Trent, where you have conversation with that. I don't deal with that shit in real life. And so while you say you have conversation with people like Monica, I don't. I push them into 5 o'clock traffic and let them play on roller skates because I don't even hang around people like that.
See,
I was the rollerblade.
traffic. One, and Monica's a little bit extreme, but Monica can be extreme on this app because she's anonymous. And when you're anonymous, you're allowed to say whatever. The other reason why, there are a lot of people on my Facebook sometimes that say things, but when I see them face to face, it's high five handshakes.
Oh,
No. When you see me face to face, it's high fives and handshakes.
Oh, I thought you said you would knock a person out if they needed it.
That's what you said first, lady.
Trent ain't gonna do that. Stop that.
Yeah.
Shoot, Trent said.
Trent gonna try. He gonna try to sell him a used car.
Tell him, Trent. Tell him.
I'm 44 and I'm worth too much money to somebody, right? I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm past that point. But
Okay.
people, when they are face to face, there is a certain level of respect that they will have for you that they will not have on Facebook or on Clubhouse or online. People will call you all sorts of names, but when you're sitting just across from them, when you can reach out and touch from them, they got a different story. Anyway, it's good to see you. I'm gonna go shake Dr. Terrence Howard's hand, and I'll come back and tell y'all about it. Do y'all? I'll be listening.
Good luck at the Mountain Max meeting, Trent.
Sure.
All right, Malcolm.
Why were you over here advocating saying he'd knock somebody out knowing good and well that man would not do that? Why do you do that for?
I'm trying to tell you what Trent has told people on this ad before, okay? He's sitting there trying to act like...
He would not do that.
Sir, I'm not going to argue with you. I know what Trent told me before and what he has said to people. He has clearly said, I bet you won't say that to my face because I will knock you the F out. That's what I'm just telling you. Now, maybe it was the Johnny and the Walker talking, but that's what it was. Okay? And then that's how we started talking about how much he bench press.
And Trent is a good, wholesome car salesman. He is not going to do that.
No, Gemini. He's between Tyson and Malcolm X. We just found out.
That's a fact. Mm-hmm. So,
I was gonna ask what I missed, but I don't know.
We played Jasmine Crockett.
What's going on, First Lady? What's going on? You refereeing Trent? What's going on?
Oh no. Trent was actually trying to have a conversation with Monica. And he was like, he was just telling her that sometimes people think that she racist, whatever. And she was like, why'd you have to go there? Something, you bitch.
That was the funniest shit ever.
Why'd she call him a bitch like that?
Oh my God!
And the replay
It came out of nowhere.
Nah, she said it just like that. I was saying, I had to look at my cup. I said, wait a minute, did Monica just call Trent?
It was a hard CH. It was a hard CH.
Am I drinking?
I don't know what happened. I don't know
It was
where
a hard
it came from.
TCH.
What did he
A hard
say?
TCH.
Nothing. He just kept on talking, being himself, and nobody said anything about the B word until he came off the mic. I was like, First Lady, correct me if I'm wrong. Did Monica call him a coon? And everybody was like, no, she called him a bitch.
This is crazy. Why y'all putting extra emphasis on that last half?
She said it like that, Gemini. It's a hard TCH.
You have to be here to hear it. Like I said, that will go down in history.
I think we all kind of had whiplash that we couldn't even say nothing. It's just like,
damn. What was his response?
I just told you. He just kept talking. He didn't say anything.
Yeah, Trent said, well, people like Monica, and she stopped him in his tracks. She said, well, what do you mean people? What's that mean, Trent? What do you mean people like me? And he's like, well, Monica, you can be heavy on the races. And then, well, thanks, Trent. I didn't throw any punches. You're throwing punches, you bitch.
No, she paused. She made like she'd make like a 2 or 3 second pause and then drop the bitch.
It was.
Trent just kept on trucking.
He just kept on trucking, but
he kept saying whatever the hell he was saying.
That's crazy.
So that's all you miss.
Jasmine, she missed that. Jasmine Crockett might know by next week if she's going to run for Senate.
Next week? Did she say next week?
She said after her poll comes out.
Right. She didn't say when the poll was going to come out. Right. I think that's what I heard too.
I thought I heard.
You just be adding stuff in there.
She said she'll know by next week.
Yeah, crazy.
Well, shit. She said by next week.
Don't be worried about Jasmine Crockett. Worry about when Donald Trump come out with a message about the Epstein files.
Yeah. Well, his message has been to call it a hoax. He doesn't really have a defense of it, so he's just gonna keep repeating the same old bullshit.
That's gonna be my response to everything from now on. Did you say something about the Epstein files? What's going on? That's gonna be my answer to everything.
Yeah, calling it a hoax is just telling on yourself anyway. That should tell you everything.
There's a lot of pro-pedo people that don't want to admit that they're pro-pedo. That's what it is.
Now that part, Gemini, that's the part that troubles me. I was actually on a podcast day before yesterday, and that was one of the things that I was shocked that a lot of people said. That there's and maybe y'all see it, but it feels like there's an undercurrent of like a shadow pedo like undercurrent in this country that they feel like hit dogs right now. Is it just me that kind of, I don't know, this kind of sensing that?
It's not really an undercurrent. Like there is this Instagram account that I follow that literally calls out someone being arrested for pedophilia or child molestation every single day, and they're all Republicans. They're all conservatives. Every day. One a day.
Like one a day for
one a day.
God.
And they're always Republicans.
So shout out to that point. And this has become quite alarming to me. Every day I have seen at least one school administrator out of Texas being arrested for either being in possession of CP, having inappropriate relationships with children. It's just becoming ridiculous how many teachers, administrators, faculty members have been arrested out of Texas within the last month alone.
Yeah, it's Texas, it's Florida. It might just be like mainly the South, but yeah, it's crazy because you remember like in what was it 2016, 2020 when the Republicans were like the whole QAnon thing, they were talking about how
the Pizzagate
stuff. They were just projecting the entire time, which was crazy to me. And now it's just there's so many people coming. It's everything's coming to light on how they were, like pointing the fingers back at themselves.
My. Well. Well.
Why you sound like you remember the Usher board? Well.
Yeah, I thought you were about to start singing.
I used to be a part of the Usher board.
Why did I know that?
Many years ago. Many years ago.
First Lady, did you have a name tag that had the magnets on the back?
No, I wasn't for that. I was part of the junior Usher board.
Oh, you didn't even have the white gloves yet.
Yeah, we had white gloves, but and we wore prayer cloths. I didn't wear the hat.
Man, where are those?
Child, in my garage. I can't wait to get them out. I want to get them out, but yeah, they'll come out when they're supposed to. Anyway, what's next? Enough about me. Please, Juice. What's going on? Anything else in the news?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask, because I haven't been on the app, so I was being black at my white job. So I want to know what I missed in the news.
Wait, Dr.
Why is your job a black job? Yeah, I'm trying to understand. This should be a black job. It's your job.
Wait, Gemini. I want to understand what she said. You were being black at your white job, or you were being white at your black job?
Yep.
What's a white
job? You can't be black at your black
What is
job.
going on?
I'm confused.
What? I haven't been white since the 80s. What's happening?
Since the 80s?
I'm just trying to get some clarification, Dr. H.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, goodness, y'all so crazy. This is my white job. This is not my black job. I'm black at it, though.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone know why there was a market sell-off today? I haven't got a chance to check.
Oh, Lord. What happened with the market? Let me get my... What happened with the market?
Oh, let me tell you
Just
what.
consistently crashing. It was bad.
Yes.
Oh, Lord.
It was so beautiful.
Oh, I hope I got a check in my mailbox.
I don't have any money because I haven't gotten paid. And like
it was.
Oh, Lord, I hope I got a check in my mailbox. These people ain't mess up my money. Oh, Lord Jesus. How much?
This was
going on?
sexy.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, this was sexy today.
Like SPY was down.
What is going on?
Wait a minute.
Last week. I don't know what it is.
GA, you been sitting here and ain't said nothing. Look at you. Just holding information to yourself. Go ahead, Shadow.
The market didn't close, man. I still got trades that was open, man. This market's been sexy all day.
I thought somebody said the market plummeted.
Yeah, I know. It was exciting. I made tons of money.
Yeah, it was down 1% last, or SPY was down 1% last week. And I just looked just now. SPY is down 1.5%. It's not looking good.
Well, it hit 48 yesterday.
Lord.
At least the Dow did, and then it's down to 47.
Well, today, calls and puts was so sexy. Gold plummeted. Gold went on a rant.
Clean up your language. What is with all the sex that?
I'm sorry. When I make money, it's a sexy thing. When I make money, it is sexy to me. I love it. It is the best thing since sliced bread.
Maybe keep that yourself. Sex to you. Y'all men like doing that in the presence of women. What's going on? I don't know.
I mean,
it may be just me because there's some women who have an appreciation for that.
What did he do?
I'm not one of them. I find it a little, perturbing, actually.
What's perturbing? What did he say?
Where men make jokes that have like sexual innuendo in them, or just intimate humor.
I said the market was sexy. I don't think I referred to anybody, but I'm sorry if I was offensive.
You didn't refer to anybody.
Oh, I just said the market was sexy today because it looked good.
Okay, we understand. You don't need to continue repeating it. I got it. Everybody got it, I think. That you were happy with the market even though it plummeted. Somebody said it.
Yeah, I mean, it's down. The Nasdaq's down 2.25. So,
yeah.
I'm not a financial person. It sucks.
I said Bitcoin is the lowest it's been since May.
What's it at right now?
I don't have no Bitcoin.
101.
Oh shit! It's almost back under 100.
Yeah.
That's what.
I have a lot in that. What is it called? Up and coming economies or whatever. I can't remember the exact.
What does that mean, Dr.
Well, I got my $2,000 in Bitcoin.
When I got it, and when I started, I forget what it's called.
My tariff money.
But I invested in like some things they were doing in China because it wasn't, they're not like it wasn't like a blue chip isn't the right word, but they were up and coming, like third world countries that are doing innovative things, and they have like little sectors of innovation and third world markets or whatever.
But in China, or I'm lost.
No, the thing was in China. The thing that I invested in was in China. But I did it in America. I mean, Chinese, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I want to get into the Chinese market. Just like, I'm still learning.
Because they have those investments where you can do it in foreign shit.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Because not only that, but I want to say their market is like 12 to 14 hours ahead of us because of the time difference.
You can get into the Asian market. Asian market opens up at 4 a.m. I mean, people do it all the time.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying. I gotta learn more.
Hell no.
I got to learn more.
Talking about Chinese stocks, I'm still lost, Dr. H.E. But don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah, so this is what I'm going to tell you what it is. I'm going to explain it the best way I can. So when you do your retirement portfolio, you can invest in like funds.
Right.
And then I invested in a fund that invests in third world innovation markets or whatever they were called.
Oh, that's exciting. I got to
Yeah. So I know the exact name of it, but it's like
developing
markets.
Yeah,
developing. Yes.
Yes, I love that. So she basically invests.
Thank you. I didn't know the name of it. I couldn't think.
She invests in ETFs that invest in developing markets.
So, yeah. All right. So that's what I'm saying. Does that make more sense now?
Yeah. I mean, if you're talking about your 401k, then yes. I understand.
Yeah.
Hell no. Sugar, no. All right, so I got my $2,000 from the tariffs in Bitcoin right now, so my money's safe.
You got what?
You know what? I can't stand you for a second.
In this day, he's giving out will be in crypto. So you will need a crypto wallet to get your 2,000.
Speaking of
Shabba.
That's a good way to get robbed, right there.
Did you guys see Christy Nolan passing out the checks? The $2,000 checks?
That is the fakest shit ever.
I read, but I said the same thing. I'm like, that's like when you graduate and you just got that blank piece of paper.
What kind of checks?
So Christy
the fake bonus checks.
Yeah, the fake $2,000. There was a news conference this morning of her passing out these $2,000 bonus checks at a podium.
To whom?
TSA workers. TSA workers. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. Why is she doing? Is that TSA? I guess.
Was it real money, or was it
VHS? Well, it's so supposedly it's bonus checks, but it's back pay money. It's literally they're gonna tax the you know what out of it, First Lady, and I mean it's sad because this is money that's back pay, and they're gonna tax the crap out of it. So I mean, to me, it's so disingenuous.
Now she literally giving figurative money.
That part.
It was the Publishers Clearinghouse checks. That's what it was. The Publishers Clearinghouse checks.
That's why I told y'all, just go to the market, wherever y'all want to go, and say Trump said, you know what I mean, and get y'all a little discount.
You are so ridiculous. Not Trump said.
Trump said it.
More optics to try to make the Republicans look good. I'm just sick of it.
Hell no.
No.
You gotta have cowboy hat and cowboy boots to say that.
I have cowboy boots.
I missed y'all's special guest last night because I had meetings.
Oh, okay.
Oh Lord, it's just too much work. Black women's work is never done. But
you missed the special guest an hour ago.
Did y'all replay it? I mean, record it. I'm sorry.
Yes, there are recordings.
Okay.
Who was the special guest? What happened?
Kim S. Reed. So she has a book. What's the name of it? Optimism.
Optimist always win.
Optimist always wins. Yeah. I don't know why you ain't plug it in before I even had to come up with it.
Well, I am trying to save.
Okay, that was TMI. Where are you going?
Let that hair grow back on your face.
I got meetings in New York tomorrow.
Let the hair grow back on your face, CEO, please.
CEO, I'm gonna be in New York tomorrow too, bro. Let's get lunch. I'm gonna bring you to my club.
I'm
It's the Classic Car Club.
up for it.
The TSA was giving out
Not the
$10,000 check.
Pyramid Club, the Classic Car Club. I'll send you the information.
Cool.
TSA
When are you done with the meeting?
I'll be done.
Y'all can go to the rock channel
for that. Can y'all let me make this lunch date?
Not like you make a lunch date.
Or back channel.
Let them make their lunch date. Go ahead.
Hey, who asked about TSA?
I mean, I was, but I think people want to hear
Can I make a
PO
quick
and PC.
observation?
We don't. If they really want to do it, call each other. We don't give a fuck.
I made a quick
We don't give
observation.
a damn.
When I was about to leave, I was like, "Oh, time to go." I heard a voice say, "Did y'all notice on the new update you no longer leave quietly? You just leave."
Wait, what?
What?
On the new update, it no longer says leave quietly. It's just leave.
I need to update mine. I don't.
Same. I'm like, I haven't.
I don't update it unless I absolutely have to, because they break stuff all the time.
They like, get out, leave, get out. It's disrespectful. But I shall take my leave. See, I didn't do it quietly. I announced that I was leaving because that's the new way that it works.
Okay.
Finally, we can have some more noise on this app.
Announcement is clubhouse culture though. Like, is it clubhouse if you don't say I'm leaving?
You just announce when you leave in the app. When you leave in the app, and then you come back the next day.
You have your 24-hour mental
That's
break.
everybody, right?
No, I never announced that I'm leaving.
I
just leave. I don't. No, but like, if I'm leaving the app, I don't say that out loud. Just don't sue me. Huh?
So that's app etiquette, huh?
No. I just don't want to put something out there that I might not be able to hold true to. So I just keep my mouth shut.
Can't knock that.
That's all. Yeah. Well, how are you today, Mr. Gemini? I didn't get a chance to say hello to you. How are you? How are you?
Working. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Hey, Chad, welcome to the stage. I know you joined earlier. I didn't get a chance to say hello to you either.
Hey, hey.
Hey, hey. So we got Jasmine on the docket. She might be running for Senate. So if she run for Senate, then somebody gonna have to take her seat, right?
That's easy, though. Well, except they're trying to eliminate her seat.
When did they say that? When did she say that?
I don't think she has a seat now.
First lady, she said it today on CNN, child. When you kept playing musical chairs and wasn't keeping still while Omari was playing the clip, Omari was nice enough to play the clip for us, and you just wouldn't keep still. Your ADHD was acting up, and you didn't get a chance to hear her. But yeah, that's what she said.
Denise runs for governor.
So that's what I thought was the talk, but the question was asked about her being a senator, and she said, I am thinking about it, and I don't know yet. She said something about she's going to poll herself, and once she gets that information, then she'll make her decision. And she said, I will let you know.
I could have swore I heard Lisa's voice on stage. I put my phone down. Was Lisa?
Oh, look at you. You love yourself some Lisa. You hear me? No. Oh my God. He be looking for you with a flashlight in the goddamn daylight.
I can't stand First Lady. You know you're my favorite First Lady.
I heard Lisa's voice. Is that Lisa?
But I don't see her on stage. Where's she at?
She right next to you. Well, you probably pulled to refresh on at the top.
Who churn is this? This ain't Lisa. I'm sorry. That was my country coming out. Because I'm from the South. Who child is that? That ain't a picture of Lisa. Anyway. I
think there is a group chat. I heard two gentlemen saying, hit me up tomorrow. Remember they said there wasn't a group chat? Yeah, there's a MAGA group chat, y'all. There's a MAGA group chat.
Is there divine? Where's that located?
Wait, what are you talking about? What do you mean?
You said there's a MAGA group chat. I want to know where is it?
A MAGA group chat on Clubhouse? Like what? I don't know. I'm lost. You guys
We don't know. We don't know where it exists, but we know that they have one. Hell no. To the no. Oh yeah. Okay.
You said it's in hell.
Ooh.
It was a joke, guys. It was a joke, but we did accuse, like, I don't want to name their names. Like, we know who they are. They claim they don't have one, but I think they do. But I'm just joking.
I was surprised that not Monica or Amari stepped in for Christian at all. That's a big dynamic.
No,
you know what? You started that.
Nobody's gonna be able
to. Okay.
I did choose violence a little bit, but honestly.
And then you
he's
left.
a lady puncher.
No,
that's because I had work.
You will not start this.
Yeah, First Lady. Get him together. Because he did.
No.
I did leave for
Your Honor, you
work,
will
just
not
to be
start.
fair.
And
I didn't leave.
I don't give a darn if it was an emergency. The fact that you sat there and started that dumpster fire and then had a
walk off, First Lady. Walk off.
Good Lord, didn't even announce the walk off. Just went on the left.
Yeah. I didn't want to interrupt.
You didn't say no. You should have interrupted. You should have interrupted.
Interruptions. Interruptions.
All right. Okay.
You know what, first?
But go ahead.
Hey, homie, I saw that dude sleeping with your girl, and I got the video and walk off to the club. That's what he.
That's a fact.
I was much more direct. Thank you very much. I said it to that man's face.
The video. He said, and she pregnant.
But I don't understand what was the need to start it today. I don't. Did he say something?
No, I haven't seen him in a while.
So he just wanted to start shit.
Yeah, exactly. What I said is we've gone back and forth before.
I was just gonna say that shout out and whenever he does appear his head, this always happens. And then he'll fight for like 20, 30, a good hour and a half at most. And then he'll disappear for another like 3 to 4 months, and then he'll pop up again. So like that's just what happens when Christian comes around. Everyone's like, no way. Everyone's like, oh wait, that's the guy who beat that lady. And he always comes up and he's like, no, I did not.
And to be fair, Your Honor has never let Christian get out of a room without coming for his
head. Oh, yeah.
That
it's
I've
on
ever
site every single time.
It's on site every time. I must give him credit. He is
consistent. This is what Your Honor said. He said, oh, Christian is here today. I didn't know I followed the guy. Yeah, it popped up on there. Oh, I guess he must have left. Oh, there he is. Yeah, the guy that beat his girlfriend. I'm like, oh my God. That's how it kicked off.
That is pretty much how it happened.
That's a fact. Like, the room was quiet, and Your Honor was just like, you know what? I think that's the guy that beat his wife down there.
I was doing some shit today. Like, oh my goodness.
He obviously wants all the smoke. He didn't even change his name. His name is exactly what it is. So I feel like gotta be prepared for.
One thing I will say is that because I've heard the story a numerous amount of times, and every time he adds a little bit more detail. Like today, he added the whole tidbit with the law enforcement officer being a black woman and then how he characterized the justice system. I was just like, oh yeah, you are guilty. Your guilt is sleeping out of your.
It's crazy. Yeah, I hadn't heard those details before. That's part of what's fun about it is he'll crash out and just say all kinds of crazy stuff. Last time he said that he was too drunk to remember.
Yeah, I remember that.
But he's also certain that it didn't happen the way they said it happened.
You remember he explained the first time he said something about how he went down the street, or she was running through the apartment complex or some shit. Do y'all remember that?
I remember something like that. Yeah, it's been a while though since.
Yeah, actually, because when the case was introduced, he tried to say that she was trying to swing at him with it, and he grabbed it out of her hands, and it's wow.
Well, this is the first time that I ever heard that she was bruised on the wrong side of her face, or at least that's what the report said. This is the first time I heard that detail. That was new.
That was funny.
That was new.
That was funny.
That was the first time you ever heard that in your life.
You say he got it wrong. That the police got it wrong. That was the wrong side of the face.
I hit on the other side. That makes sense.
They wrote it on the wrong side. She was lumped up on the other side of her face. And he said that with his chest out.
Was it First Lady or Patty who went to pace her? Because that was wild.
It was me.
Why not?
That's it. Let me read the piece.
Patty's sorry.
Oh, there. Yeah. My suit.
You're in shit.
I'm sorry. I would at least share.
You know, it's been too long. All you gotta say is I fucked up, I made a mistake, and I did community service. They actually said something about he had to do. If you read it, he had what his thing was. He went to jail for 1 day. They released him. He was on probation for X amount of months or a year, and he had to do community service. Like I did community service. I've been through counseling. Like fucking say I fucked up.
Yeah, I mean. Not to be funny, but he is a.
The chakras are not.
Christian Lamar. Lamar.
He popped his head up and it got punched a lot and then he left.
Just allowed, to shut the roll. And then had the nerve to leave. But yeah, Kristen, he came up
he was on the app?
He was on stage.
Oh, okay.
This happened right before you came in.
Yeah. And then he had a nerve. He continuously keeps talking about, I'm thinking he's saying he's not guilty, right? Like they went back to court and found him not guilty. But his whole thing is, if I say I didn't do it, then they should believe me. That's his defense. It's saying that, why should I go and do some counseling if I don't think I did anything wrong? I'm like, but you were found guilty, sir.
No, that was hilarious. He said that he basically said that everybody in the justice system teamed up with that lady to go against him because he's a black Republican. And he was running for office.
It was a black officer. It's a black woman's fault. So it's a black woman's fault that I think she's Hispanic. I don't think the lady was white.
Yeah, she was Hispanic.
Are you guys suggesting that they never used the justice system against black men to incarcerate them?
No, we're not saying that. But what happened was he made excuses for what bad is what he did. We're talking about one single person. We're not talking about the overall system.
Yeah, but I mean,
Stand by your man.
I'm not suggesting he did it. I'm not suggesting he didn't do it. But I'm saying like.
Okay,
we
so
know that
we're talking about a single
this
person.
happens all the
So
time.
just stay on this conversation. Go look at Christian Lamar.
Center TC, don't center TC.
It's not the Senate TC. Listen, so basically, where he showed his cards was when he blamed the Republican Party by calling them like rhinos, and said it's all their fault.
What he did, he pulled a race card too.
They did this
When
and they
did
did
race
that,
become a card? Because I need a deck. I don't know what's going on.
and he never took responsibility for anything that he has ever done. So that's the problem. It's even past the domestic violence shit. He doesn't take responsibility for anything he's ever done.
Let me tell a story.
Everybody's wrong.
All right, let me tell a story.
Everybody's
Let me tell a story.
Uh-oh.
So TC, you still here? All right. So this is the thing.
No, TC's a ghost. Let's not center TC.
Okay, but here's the thing. So it's not the fact that black men don't get accused wrongly, right? That's not it. What I'm confused about is him saying or making it seem like as if the case was trialed and he then was found not guilty. He still has something showing that he's guilty. That never went away. So even if you didn't do it, you still have to admit to the fact, yeah, I was found it guilty, but at the end of the day, I'm telling y'all, I didn't do. The way he goes about the argument, it just doesn't sound believable. That's where I'm at with it. Because it's more of a running away and deflection than an actual, any kind of. He's not taking any kind of accountability. Something transpired. Now he's talking about the woman hit herself. So she took a frying pan and hit herself. Now that could be possible. But again, the way he tells the story, it something doesn't add up. And the fact that he gets hyper the way that he does kind of speaks to how his anger management skills don't appear to be all the way put together. So that's it. We can keep it moving. We don't have to center you, just like you said. What's next?
He sounds like Donald Trump, by the way. That is his daddy.
No, you're doing too much.
I am not doing too much. That man sounds like Donald Trump. Keep it real.
Oh, look at ML.
ML probably has all the files. He could release the Lamar files if he wanted to.
I'm afraid of ML. He probably has everything.
Oh, I'm never pissing him off. Never, ever.
ML has the Kennedy files, I'm convinced.
Oh my, not the Kennedy files. ML, you coming in
too much.
Anthony, what's going on?
Y'all doing too much.
Tell him, ML, they doing too much. They doing too much.
I want to check. ML, can you text me text me something about me? I want to make sure. I want to see something. Go ahead, text me something about me that no one.
Okay. I do have access to anybody's information.
Oh God! You don't have to say it on the stage. Damn it, ML.
Because I use people who used to work for me. I could just call them up and say, "Hey, could you put a trace on this person?" And I could get all their information, including your taxes. If I have your full name, your address, I can get anything on you.
Oh God, he has everything on me. God damn it.
And he literally said that out loud on stage. I mean, yes. Are you under
Because Lisa, I used to work at an agency that used to do skip tracing. We used to find people.
Oh, you could like people that don't pay their bills?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Oh man. See, this is why we're not messing with them.
I'm glad my bills are paid. So here's the thing, and that's what I was about to say, Royal. You ain't got no business to be told. But then there you go. You went and told on your damn self. Look at that.
Mel will whip out the dossier. He's like, where were you on November the 18th, 1998? He was actually, I know, don't worry about it.
Oh, Moose,
Like ML, I've seen ML do that.
Now the fire is over. Look at you. You ran off too. Look at you. Look at you. You just leave people hanging. Left me up here with the dumpster fire.
What happened now, First Lady? What'd I do now?
I said, you just left me up here. You left me up here with the dumpster fire that your honor started. That's what I said.
I was
Weren't you
driving.
here?
I was, but I was driving in the rain.
So you hold your phone while you drive?
I know. I was trying to use Bluetooth, but had to.
Hey, First Lady.
You want me to believe this shit? I can't believe it.
Thank you for your concern, First Lady. I'm safe. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm glad. Oh, but you didn't ask me if I was safe, though. That's the problem.
Oh, I know you're always safe.
Oh, really?
So I know I'm coming in post. You guys did all the updates. What's the latest on the Epstein files?
Child, what do you know? We don't know what you know. You tell us. Give us a recap.
I barely talked the whole day because I was in meeting.
Okay, but what do you know? Since the last time you went to bed, your head, hit the pillow, and then you got up this morning. Tell me, what do you know?
Oh, I just heard. I was looking at all the emails, and more. I see there are more emails being released because the first batch of emails didn't have like information that I saw this morning when I looked at the internet. And other people were pointing out different things that were not in the original email. Because I guess we just probably focus on the correspondence between him and Giselle. But there's also correspondence between him and Wolf. That's pretty incriminating.
That was
from
released last night, him and the author. But did you hear what the author said?
No. What did he say?
He said, "Because I've been waiting for this for a long time."
I knew that. Because that's why I called.
Michael Wolf?
Michael Wolf. Yeah, Dick Wolf is the
yeah, and there's an
showrunner.
Yeah. He's talking about how to
That was funny.
I will say this though, the whole thing with these Epstein files, like, I know there's some people talking about, oh, this was a masterstroke, they released them at just the right time. I'm like, it's 2025 and Donald Trump is president, and there were all these Epstein files that they must have worse than what we've seen so far in the DOJ, and you couldn't figure out how to leak these. You couldn't prosecute anyone else and have this just happen to redound on, person one, who clearly was Donald Trump. Like, that's the part that's killing me. There's also another story out there that the New York Times sat on it in 2015. They had some stuff that they didn't release. But there are a lot of people that have a lot of explaining to do, that we have gone through this much hell, and they could have said something.
They could have prevented this.
Crazy.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Before I go into the Matrix, I just want to remind y'all, am I pregnant about this? Stop worrying about this. This wasn't nothing but a Democratic hoax that caused, America millions and trillions of dollars. So get back to work and don't be paying attention to this mess because it ain't real. So I don't even know why y'all talking. It's not real. That's what my president said.
But First Lady, listen to this. The Republicans' defense is that the Democrats.
Oh, the government got him. You there?
No,
JD Vance with his phone up. Rest in peace.
Hey,
I'm curious, has anybody seen Death by Lightning on Netflix? Yeah. You seen it, First Lady? Phenomenal miniseries. That was phenomenal. I think that was the best thing I've seen since Hamilton. That speech Garfield gave in first episode, I want to memorize that speech. I wonder if that's word for word. Anybody know what I'm talking about?
No, we don't. So Republicans keep saying that so why don't you release the rest of the emails that you think somehow clears Trump? You know, they're saying they didn't release all the emails. So they're basically lying and saying that somehow they have emails that would exonerate Trump. Well, release them then.
Wait,
the Republicans released all the emails.
They have no. Oh, you don't listen. There's the Republicans that the Democrats cherry-pick emails, and there are other kind of insinuating that there are other emails which would therefore exonerate Trump. You're not the Republicans, if I'm not mistaken. They're saying there's more emails, and that the Democrats have cherry-picked the ones that put Trump in a bad light. But there are other emails in that bad. They're saying.
Just saying. What gets me is that he keeps saying release.
Their only defense.